Chapter 1977, Royal Crocodile. A trap. Yan Yi knew that the weapons cemetery was definitely a trap. But he wasn't afraid. Actually, he didn't feel any aversion towards the middle-aged man because the middle-aged man had been very frank. Had received benefits and grown stronger, but there was a price to pay. The middle-aged man had been very frank about it. Had been frank about it since the very beginning. Yan Yi had chosen to take the benefits, so he had to shoulder the problems that came with it. While Yan Yi would love to just get the benefits without the trouble, he wasn't a person to shrink away from responsibility. After showing the huge sword another middle finger, Yan Yi didn't stay a moment longer, and he vanished into the boundless mountain range. Once Yan Yi left, the middle-aged man appeared once more. He gazed in the direction Yan Yi left towards for a long time, and then he suddenly looked off into another direction. There was a ball of red light there. An evil treasure! The middle-aged man spoke solemnly, and his voice carried a trace of seriousness. A voice came from within the ball of red light. "You're quite capable since you are able to see me," the middle-aged man asked. "You want to acknowledge him as your master?" The voice replied with a question. "Why not?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Fine, I dragged him into a trap, so I'll help him this one time." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Countless rays of cold light rained down like a storm upon the red ball of light. Suddenly, countless red threads appeared here. Hiss! 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 In an instant, the cold light was sliced into countless pieces. At the same time, a red thread entered the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's figure stiffened slightly. A short while passed before he looked up at the red light. "I didn't expect you to be at such a level," the red light said. "I may fear you if your main body was here. As for you right now?" "Humph!" The voice was filled with ridicule. The middle-aged man ignored the red light and gazed in the direction Yan Yi had left towards. "The trouble that fellow got himself into isn't ordinary at all. I have a question." Meanwhile, the red light suddenly asked, "Why do I sense an evil aura here?" The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became rather unsightly. The red light suddenly said, "Is it those 12 swords of slaughter that you spoke about?" The middle-aged man looked up at the red light, and the red light said, "Even the heavens are helping me." As soon as it finished speaking, it vanished into the sky. The middle-aged man stood there in silence while gloominess covered his face. Yan Yi traveled swiftly through the boundless mountain range. He didn't choose to fly on his sword because he would become a huge target. He didn't know what kind of powerful beasts lived in this mountain range, so it was best to keep a low profile. Helm Mountain Range was much larger than Yan Yi had imagined because he still hadn't gotten through it after traveling for 2 days. The boundless mountain range still filled his field of vision. Yan Yi sped up. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed over from afar. It was huge. It stretched for over 100 m in height and around 30 m in width. It was like a small hill. Yan Yi frowned, and then he swung his sword. A ray of light flashed, and then the black shadow was blasted away. Meanwhile, Yan Yi saw its appearance clearly. It was a huge demon beast. It was shaped like a tiger, but there were long spikes on its back, and it only had 2 legs. It was standing like a human. The beast roared with fury at Yan Yi, but it didn't dare to move forward. This area was its territory. Yan Yi understood what it meant, so he nodded slightly. "It'll go around." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi turned and walked towards his right. Suddenly, that demon beast leaped up and slammed its body at Yan Yi. Yan Yi's retreat made it think that Yan Yi was afraid. Yan Yi understood why it attacked, so he turned around and gazed at the demon beast. After that, numerous afterimages appeared here. The shadow soared. The demon beast's figure stiffened in midair. A moment later, countless strings of blood sprayed from it, and it was like a fountain. It wasn't dead. Yan Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't held back and struck all of its vital points, but it was still alive. However, it was on the verge of death. Yan Yi walked towards it with his sword in hand. This time, the demon beast was afraid, and it turned around and vanished into the forest. Yan Yi stopped and didn't pursue it. He just glanced at the surroundings and planned to leave. Suddenly, rumble! The entire ground was trembling like an earthquake. What the hell is going on? Yan Yi frowned. It didn't take long for his expression to change. The dense forest before him was crumbling before him, and then around 50 colossi appeared in his field of vision. Demon beasts. They were led by the demon beast which had just heavily injured. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched from the sight of this. So you want to gang up on me? Yan Yi didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the distance. Run! He naturally had to run at a time like this. Not to mention whether he could defeat them. Even if he could, it didn't benefit him at all and would only waste his strength. However, they had no intention to let him go, and they kept chasing after him. So, the quiet mountain range suddenly became clamorous. Yan Yi ran while they chased after him, and they flattened countless trees in their wake. In the end, they stopped, and so did Yan Yi. There was a river in front of Yan Yi. It was around 300 m wide, and he could see the ends of it. As for the demon beasts behind Yan Yi, they were glaring viciously at him. Yan Yi glanced at them, and then he glanced at the river before him. Something wasn't right. Something was definitely off about the river. Yan Yi didn't go to the other side. He just sat down cross-legged, and then demon beasts just stood there and watched him from afar. Suddenly, Jir appeared by Yan Yi's side. Yan Yi was slightly stunned. He rubbed her head and asked, "What is it?" She glanced at Yan Yi with a slightly strange expression in her eyes, but it only took a moment to vanish. She pointed at the river. "A familiar aura!" "A familiar aura?" Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. "You're telling me that there's a familiar aura in the river?" She nodded. "I'm going down," Yan Yi replied. "It's dangerous." His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. She gazed at him and said, "It's fine." Yan Yi glanced at her. "Why do you feel a little strange?" She blinked. "Do I?" Yan Yi nodded slightly. He was about to speak when she suddenly said, "I really want to head down there." Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, I'll go with you." She glanced at him. "All right." Yan Yi took her head, but she suddenly pulled it out of his grasp. Yan Yi gazed at her, and then she grabbed his arm and said, "Let's go." Yan Yi frowned slightly. He felt that there was something strange about her. Just like that, they vanished into the river. The demon beasts that were chasing after Yan Yi turned around and left once they witnessed this. In the water, Yan Yi and Jir descended slowly, and nothing unusual occurred in the surroundings. However, Yan Yi didn't dare to relax and was vigilant at all times. Suddenly, Jir asked, "You're nervous?" Yan Yi gazed at her, and she grinned. "We won't encounter any danger." Yan Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "You feel different." "Am I?" She grinned. "What's different about me?" Yan Yi replied. "You're not gentle and timid like before. You're confident now." She smiled. "People change, right?" Yan Yi glanced at her. "I don't want to hurt you." She looked down slightly. "I don't want to hurt you either." Yan Yi's face fell. These words allowed him to realize that she really wasn't the same Jir he knew. His right grip slowly tightened. Suddenly, Jir grabbed his fist and smiled. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." They sped up. Once they arrived at the bottom, Yan Yi noticed that it was much wider than how the river seemed from above. It seemed boundless like an ocean. "What is down here?" Yan Yi was filled with questions. Meanwhile, Jir suddenly asked, "Big brother, you're being pursued by all the races, right?" Yan Yi glanced at her and asked, "Why?" She grinned. "I'll keep it a secret and tell you later." Yan Yi fell silent. Around 2 hours later, Yan Yi noticed that the water around them had suddenly hardened. Yan Yi flicked a ray of sword energy, but the frozen water didn't move at all. At this moment, a solemn expression appeared on Yan Yi's face. Right when he was about to use the holy sword, she stopped him. "Don't use that!" Yan Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She grinned. "You'll be in danger if you use it. Some people hate it to the bone, and it's the same for me. However, I don't mind any more since it's in your possession." Yan Yi was about to speak when she waved her right hand lightly. In an instant, the frozen water around them moved backwards. She pointed ahead. "We're here!" Yan Yi looked along the direction she pointed towards. There was an extremely grand palace there, and a colossus was lying right in front of it. Yan Yi had seen that colossus before. It was the beast on the jade slip. The god race's royal crocodile. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1978, God Hall. There were 2 violet gold words inscribed on the top of it, God Hall. God Hall. Yan Yi gazed at Jir. "You're from the god race." She grinned. "Big brother, didn't you know from the very beginning?" Yan Yi nodded. "I thought about it, but I didn't give it much thought." She smiled. "Come, it'll take you to meet some people." As soon as she finished speaking, she took Yan Yi's arm and walked towards the palace. Suddenly, the royal crocodile opened its eyes. Its eyes were blood-red like 2 blood-red holes, and it was extremely shocking. Yan Yi stopped moving. Pressure. A wave of terrifying pressure. At this moment Yan Yi felt like his chest was about to explode, and it felt like dozens of mountains were on top of him. He couldn't breathe. However, Jir was completely fine. Meanwhile, Jir waved her right hand, and the pressure instantly vanished. The royal crocodile was stunned, and then excitement and joy appeared in its eyes. The royal crocodile crawled slowly to Jir. At this moment, its body had become the size of a human, and it laid there respectfully before her. She glanced at it with a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes, and then she raised her right leg and tapped it lightly on the head. "Long time no see, big guy." The royal crocodile lowered its head further. Yan Yi was extremely shocked by this scene. He didn't know how strong the royal crocodile was, but it definitely surpassed the Dao realm. However, such an expert was actually so respectful to her. Who is she? Meanwhile, she gazed at Yan Yi. "Big brother, you're amazing. After all, even a Dao realm expert wouldn't be able to remain completely unharmed after getting glanced at by this big guy." Yan Yi glanced at the royal crocodile and spoke in a low voice. "Jir, since you regained your memories and found your people, you'll be leaving." Yan Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Jir appeared in front of him. She just appeared there out of thin air, and even Yan Yi hadn't been able to sense how she got there. She grinned. "Calm down. I want to show you some things. Moreover, I want to discuss some things with you too." As she spoke, she held Yan Yi's arm and walked forward. The royal crocodile followed behind them. Just like that, Yan Yi was brought into the palace, and a white-robed old man suddenly came to greet them. The old man walked over to Jir, and then he dropped to one knee. "Master, you've finally awakened!" Jir closed her eyes slowly, and a long time passed before she said, "Tell the others to get here within a month." "Understood." The white-robed old man stood up slowly and waved his right hand. In an instant, countless rays of white light flashed out from his palm, and then they entered the expanse of space before him. Meanwhile, Jir said, "What about those 9 fellows?" The white-robed old man replied in a respectful manner. "The 9 sages went into closed-door cultivation and sealed themselves to conceal their auras. Do you want me to wake them up?" Jir shook her head slightly. "Not yet." The old man bowed respectfully, and then he moved to the side. However, he glanced at Yan Yi at this moment. Yan Yi was looking at the old man too. The old man felt unfathomable to him. He knew that all of them were supreme experts. "Come! Let's head in." Meanwhile, Jir took Yan Yi's arm and walked into the palace. It was extremely spacious. The old man followed behind them. Yan Yi asked, "What do you want?" She grinned. Big brother, you should have heard of the god race, right? Yang Yi nodded. She continued. Ben, how much do you know about the god race? Yang Yi shook his head. I only heard of it after arriving in the large universe. Why? Jia smiled. In the past, there was only one civilization in this universe, my god race. My god race was the ruler of this universe. However, the human race, demon race, devil race, and many others appeared later on. Yang Yi asked. And then? Her smile gradually became cold. When two civilizations appear in a single universe, war naturally occurs. Yang Yi asked. And the god race lost? At this moment, it wasn't just Jia's smile that was cold, even her gaze was cold. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, even if all the races ganged up against my god race, what could they possibly do? The reason my god race lost was... She suddenly stopped at this point, and Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. Meanwhile, Jia became calm once more. You came from the outside world. Not only were you hunted by the human race, even the other races hunted you. As for my god race, we want revenge. So, we can be said to have a common goal? Yang Yi asked. What are you trying to say? Jia smiled and gazed at the white-robed old man by her side. Bring the armor of worlds and the pauldrons of war. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and left. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Are you the princess of the god race? Princess? She chuckled. You'll find out soon. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man had returned, and he had an armor that flowed with golden light and a pair of pure gold pauldrons. They had all sorts of strange inscriptions on them. The armor of worlds and pauldrons of war. Jia smiled. They can be ranked in the top 6 of the treasures of my god race. Only the divine general of stellar war in my god race has the right to possess them. The last divine general of stellar war died in battle all those years ago. Now, they're without an owner. They're yours now. The white-robed old man couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi, but he didn't say anything. He was curious. The old man was extremely curious. The divine general of stellar war. That represented an extremely high status in the god race. It could be said that someone with that title only obeyed the orders of the patriarch. Moreover, the divine general of stellar war possessed command over the god race's stellar war army. The stellar war army was a force that made all the races tremble just from hearing its name. The white-robed old man was very curious about Yang Yi, because he knew that his master wasn't a fool. Since his master thought highly of Yang Yi, there was definitely something extraordinary about the man before him. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Jia said, These 2 treasures are merely inferior to that sword and treasure you have. If you wear them, no one below the sage realm will be a match for you. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. Refusal. The bewilderment in the old man's eyes grew at the sight of this. She looked at Yang Yi in the eyes. Why? Yang Yi pointed at his heart. Freedom. My heart is free. When my heart is free, my sword is free. When it's free, I can swing it as my heart desires. But if I agree to this, it'll become your subordinate, and my sword will become your sword. I, Yang Yi, will never submit to anyone, and my sword will never do that too. The hall suddenly fell silent. There was a trace of praise and surprise in the old man's eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Jia walked over to Yang Yi. What if I insist? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. My sword would rather break than bend. Break. Yang Yi was very well aware that if she wanted to act against him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. No matter if it was the royal crocodile out there or the white-robed old man before him, their strengths far surpassed his own. But he refused to submit. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, I know about all your secrets, and I know about that thing. A threat. She was threatening him again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and touched her cheek. The old man's expression instantly became icy cold at the sight of this. However, because he received no orders from her, he didn't do anything and just gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Jir gazed at Yang Yi as well and didn't stop him. Yang Yi moved his hand away and said, "If this is how the patriarch of the god race acts, then he'll be very disappointed. He'll be disappointed in you, and he'll look down on the god race." Jir didn't say anything. Yang Yi rubbed her head again and said, "No matter who you are, I once treated you as my younger sister. In the future, if you still call me big brother, then I'll treat you as my younger sister again." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. The old man gazed at Jir, but she did and said nothing. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to leave the hall, but the royal crocodile was in front of him. The royal crocodile obstructed his path. Yang Yi stopped and tightened his grip on his sword. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match for the royal crocodile, he wouldn't just wait for death to arrive. The royal crocodile gazed at Yang Yi while undisguised ridicule could be seen in its eyes. Suddenly, Jir waved her right hand lightly. The royal crocodile glanced at Yang Yi and moved aside. Yang Yi turned to look at Jir, but she turned around and walked off deeper into the hall. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the old man reminded, "Master, he knows about our whereabouts." She shook her head slightly. "He won't expose us." The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Allow me to overstep a little, master. He's a human." She glanced at him and replied, "I know. But he's very different from most humans." The white-robed old man wanted to say more, but she shook her head. "There's no need to say more. I've received news that the strategist has awakened. Go contact her." The white-robed old man was visibly delighted, and he left quickly. Only Jir remained in the hall. A long time passed before she closed her eyes slowly. "Once all the races are annihilated, I'll call you Big Brother again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1979. Someone Yang Yi knows? As soon as he emerged from the river below him actually started to vanish bit by bit. In just a short while, the entire river had vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by an expanse of flat ground. Yang Yi stood there in silence for a long time, and then he left. The god race. He had enough problems, so he really didn't want to get dragged into the enmity between the god race and the other races, and he didn't have the ability to do so as well. This time Yang Yi sped up. He hadn't forgotten that the middle-aged man from the weapon path could only last a month. So, he had to get the 12 swords of slaughter as soon as possible and go to Amman and the others. The mountain range simply seemed endless. Yang Yi still hadn't gotten through it after traveling at full speed for an entire day. In the end, Yang Yi decided to use his sword. He really didn't want to waste his time here. A sword howl resounded in the mountain, and then a ray of light flashed through the sky. Yang Yi had a vigilant expression on his face all along the way. But he didn't encounter any danger. It didn't take long for him to stop, because he saw an ancient city in the distance. A city? Yang Yi frowned slightly. He fell silent for a moment, and then he shot towards it. A short while later Yang Yi stopped. He was outside the city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and there were mountains all around the city. It was a city surrounded by towering mountains. It wasn't large, and it was just around the size of Sky Residence City. Its gates were closed tight. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a short while, and then he transformed into a shadow that snuck into the city. Yang Yi frowned once he entered it. The city was empty. An empty city? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the center of the city, and there was a huge stone tombstone. A nameless one. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, the tombstone trembled slightly. Yang Yi stopped and turned to look at it. It didn't take long for an old man in a linen robe to walk out from it. A spirit! The old man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then turned around with the intent to leave. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "You're an outsider?" "An outsider." Yang Yi stopped and nodded. "I'm only passing by." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. "The sword domain, the enlightened sword heart. I didn't expect it to be a sword cultivator." Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "I don't understand what you're trying to say." The old man grinned. "Do you know why this city is empty?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Because all of them are dead." The old man continued. "The entire city's population perished during that horrifying battle." Yang Yi didn't say anything in response. Meanwhile, the old man added, "Young brother, I have a request." As expected, Yang Yi's expression remained calm. He knew this would happen. So, he remained silent for a moment and asked, "May I know what it is?" A smile appeared on the old man's face when Yang Yi didn't just refuse him outright. However, his smile was quite ghastly. Yang Yi's gaze instantly turned icy cold from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the old man smiled. "It's nothing, I just want to borrow your body. My soul was heavily injured, so I had to use that soul tombstone to nurture my soul. Since your body is so strong, it just happens to be enough to house my soul. So, if you don't mind, let me use your body for some time." The old man wanted to take control of Yang Yi's body. Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. He hadn't expected the old man to want that. The old man suddenly said, "You want refuse, right?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Senior, I'm not ordinary. If you take my body, you may be courting death. Why don't you just let me go and look for someone else?" Yang Yi felt that he was the kindest person in the world right now. Courting death? The old man chuckled. "Needless to say, your strength isn't bad. However, you're no different than an ant to me." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Looks like I can't refuse?" The old man grinned. "What do you think?" Yang Yi replied, "Senior, there's something I don't understand. You're so strong, so why do you only have a soul now?" "Right, I just want to know before I die. I want to know what caused my death." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and replied, "I lied a little just now. The people of this city didn't die in a battle, they were killed by me." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The old man grinned. "To refine a powerful treasure." He started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. "The reason I wasted my breath on you is that my soul just awakened, and it hadn't fully separated itself from the soul tombstone. If you fled then, I really might have been unable to do anything to you. Yet now he. Yang Yi didn't flee. He just closed his eyes as if had accepted his fate." The old man suddenly transformed into a ray of black light that shot towards Yang Yi and instantly entered Yang Yi's forehead. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes. In the primordial pagoda, the old man's soul hadn't entered Yang Yi's sea of consciousness, and it had been sucked into the primordial pagoda instead. The old man was stunned when he entered the pagoda. He glanced at the surroundings and was quite bewildered. "Where am I?" "Kill him." Suddenly Yang Yi's voice resounded. A moment later, a terrifying wave of energy slammed down towards the old man. The old man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes opened wide as he spoke with astonishment. "This is the precious treasure of the Tao Path." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a ray of red light flashed out. In an instant, a blood-red flag appeared in the sky. The sky instantly turned blood red like it had been dyed red with blood, and it was absolutely horrifying. Meanwhile, the old man shot up into the air, formed a strange seal with his hands, and then the blood-red flag shook violently. At the same time, numerous black shadows flashed out from it. If one slowed down the scene here, one would notice that all the black shadows were souls. Souls that were filled with vengeance. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. There were hundreds of thousands of them. So, the entire primordial pagoda seemed to be covered in the souls. The old man spoke ferociously. "So what if you're a precious treasure of the Tao Path? Destroy this world!" Boom! The entire world started to become ethereal from being struck by those souls. Snowy blinked as she stood by Ho Qing's side, and she seemed slightly afraid. Meanwhile, Yang Yi frowned in the world outside. He hadn't expected the old man to be so formidable. Will the primordial pagoda be able to deal with him? Suddenly, a tiny ethereal golden pagoda appeared in the sky. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement when he saw the tiny golden pagoda. Of course, there was deep fear in them as well. Get it! Meanwhile, the old man howled with fury, and his voice carried a trace of madness. In an instant, countless rays of black light surged towards the golden pagoda. The golden pagoda suddenly shook. Bang! An instant later, a stream of violet light flashed out from it. Hiss! 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 In an instant, the black shadows in the sky were obliterated. The old man was stunned by this. Meanwhile, the tiny golden pagoda arrived above the old man's head, and it horrified him. He hurriedly gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother, I admit defeat. Unwilling to. Boom! Meanwhile, a beam of violet energy flashed down. Boom! In an instant, the old man was obliterated. After it obliterated the old man, the tiny golden pagoda went over to Snowy. It rubbed Snowy's head lightly, and then transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi and Ho Qing exchanged glances. Ho Qing shook his head. That fellow was too confident. Yang Yi nodded. He gazed at the blood-red flag in midair and asked, What's that? As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the blood-red flag fell into his grasp. In an instant, a pungent smell of blood and evil assaulted him. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he scanned it with his divine sense. Yang Yi was shocked by what he saw. The flag had a pocket of space within it, and there were over 1,000,000 souls in it. Over 1,000,000! Moreover, every single soul was strong. No wonder he dared to fight the primordial pagoda. He would have had to slaughter at least 100 cities to collect this many powerful souls. Yang Yi looked through it, and he noticed that the minds of those souls weren't normal anymore. Obviously, they'd been refined in a special way. Just like that, 1,000,000 lives had been kept out of reincarnation. Yang Yi fell silent. While had killed countless, it depended on the circumstances. But the old man's actions were ruthless and cruel. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly asked, What do you plan to do? Yang Yi grinned. Keep it, of course. Had witnessed how strong it was. It was something capable of forcing the primordial pagoda to show itself. Just that was sufficient to determine how strong it was. A trump card. Yang Yi put the flag away. He had one more trump card now, and it may be able to save his life at a critical moment. Yang Yi didn't waste any time. He just left the primordial pagoda and glanced at the surroundings. He was about to leave when he suddenly looked towards the right, and a faint voice came from there. I didn't expect to meet you here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1980, My Lord. The voice was quite familiar. Yang Yi looked up, and a woman was walking slowly in his direction. She had bare feet and wore a red dress. Yang Yi recognized her. She was the woman in a red dress from Moment Mountain. An evil cultivator had come to the large universe with her. However, he hadn't seen her again after they arrived in the large universe. He hadn't expected that he would meet her here. Meanwhile, the woman had arrived before him. The woman in a red dress said, You've changed a lot. Yang Yi sized up the woman. Aren't you the same? Yang Yi asked. What are you doing here? She replied. I'm here to look for someone. Yang Yi asked. You're looking for someone? She nodded slightly and glanced at Yang Yi. If I'm not wrong, you should have met him. The old man from before. Yang Yi knew who she was talking about. Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress added, He's the eldest disciple of the evil progenitor. He seized the moment when the evil progenitor wasn't paying attention to take the Een Soul streamer and flee to this place. After a great deal of investigation, I finally determined that he was here. Yang Yi remained silent. She added, Has that thing fallen into your hands? What thing? Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression in his eyes. She gazed at him and spoke indifferently. Is this necessary? Yang Yi shrugged. I really don't know what you're talking about, she said. It belongs to my evil sect. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. I don't really understand what you mean. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. Suddenly, she tapped her finger forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword. An instant later, they were 3 kilometers away from each other. Yang Yi glanced at her from afar. I don't want to become enemies with the evil sect, she said. Then hand it over. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Why should I? She didn't say anything and just vanished on the spot. A moment later, a few dozen rays of red light enveloped Yang Yi. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then the red light was sliced into pieces by a ray of sword energy. However, a palm suddenly slapped down upon Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 300 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, Shed appeared before him again. However, she didn't use her hands and kicked him with her right leg instead. Bang! A ray of red light swept out, and it blasted Yang Yi backwards repeatedly. Suddenly, numerous afterimages of Yang Yi suddenly appeared. Afterimages covered the area. Hiss! 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 At the moment they appeared, the sound of space being sliced apart resounded. Shadow's sword. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly against her. After all, she was someone who'd lived for countless years. 3 breaths of time later, they appeared 3 kilometers away from each other again. Both of them seemed to be completely fine on the outside. She sized up Yang Yi and said, I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent. Yang Yi shrugged. I never expected this too. If you attack me again, then we can fight to the death today. He didn't want to become enemies with the evil sect, and he didn't want to become enemies with this mysterious woman before him. However, his patience was limited. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she said, That thing will bring a lot of trouble to you. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Someone from your evil sect wanted to kill me, but I killed him. Yet now your evil sect is here asking for the spoils of my battle. So, do you think I'm easy to bully? Yang Yi's expression turned icy cold as he finished speaking. She shook her head slightly. She didn't say another word and just left. At the moment she vanished, her voice came from afar. Well, meet again. Meet again. Yang Yi chuckled and left. After he left the ancient city, Yang Yi sped up again. Presently, he had to get those 12 swords as soon as possible, and then help Aman and the others. While he hadn't known them for long, he treated them as friends. A ray of light shot swiftly through the mountains. During this period, Yang Yi sensed many powerful auras and had fought some powerful demon beasts. He won some battles and lost some. The strength of some demon beasts simply surpassed his imagination, and they forced him to retreat. Fortunately, they weren't fast enough, so they couldn't catch up to him. Around 6 hours later, Yang Yi stopped. It was because a boundless desert had appeared before him. Had finally gotten through Helm Mountain Range. Yang Yi turned around and shot a glance at the mountain range behind him, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the desert. According to the information that the middle-aged man had given him, he would arrive at the weapons cemetery after passing through the desert. Suddenly, an explosion resounded from the desert below, and then a red shadow shot up into the sky and slammed against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was forced to a stop. Once he stopped there, the red shadow had vanished. It had vanished. Yang Yi slowly clenched the sword in his right hand. Suddenly, the space on his right cracked open, and a red shadow shot out from there. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The red shadow was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, Yang Yi saw it clearly. It was a completely crimson red scorpion. It was a few times larger than a human, and it was completely crimson. At this moment, the red scorpion was staring at Yang Yi, and its eyes were filled with viciousness and fear. Suddenly, the red scorpion leaped up and charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword and closed his eyes. An instant later, countless afterimages appeared here. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi returned to where had been standing earlier, and there was a headless red scorpion in front of him. Yang Yi lowered his sword and was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something. He waved his right hand, and a fist-sized pearl flew out of the corpse. The inner core! Yang Yi sized up the pearl before him. Suddenly, a small claw grabbed it. It was Snowy! Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Snowy held it in her arms and cracked a smile at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head. All right, you can have it! Snowy's smile grew even wider. It didn't take long for her to take the inner core back into the primordial pagoda with her. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. However, he stopped flying on his sword. Flying on his sword painted a huge target on his back. Yang Yi traveled carefully all along the way, and coupled with the concealment he received from the sword domain, he didn't encounter any trouble. However, this didn't last for long. After night descended, Yang Yi suddenly noticed that something was off. Because the sand beneath him was actually trembling. There was something down below. Yang Yi didn't stay and just vanished into the distance. Yang Yi couldn't help but take a glance behind him after he arrived over 10 kilometers away, and this glance made a chill run down his spine. Yang Yi immediately turned around and sped up. Around 6 hours later, Yang Yi had passed through the desert. A crimson-red expanse of land was beyond the desert. It seemed like flames had burned through the area. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. But he hadn't gone far before a damaged city appeared before him. There were 2 words atop the city gates: Weapon City. Weapon City! I'm finally here. Yang Yi sized up the city. It was perfectly silent, and there was no movement coming from within it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he transformed into a shadow that snuck into the city. Suddenly, the gates opened, and then a huge sword slashed down at him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi glanced at his slightly numb arm, and then he looked up. A middle-aged man in armor had appeared before the gates. The middle-aged man's gaze was quite blank as he looked ahead. A puppet? Yang Yi glanced at the damaged walls of the city. It was completely empty. He fell silent for a moment before appearing before the city walls. He was about to enter, but the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him, and the huge sword in his hand descended once more. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again. This time, it wasn't just his arm that was numb, even his entire body felt numb. He's strong. Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was a Sea Dao realm expert at the very least, and he wasn't an ordinary one either. The middle-aged man's strength was much greater than Dire Wolf. Actually, Yang Yi had struck the middle-aged man's weak point when they collided earlier, but for some reason, the middle-aged man had been able to make the weak point vanish at the last moment, so he wasn't able to use technique to deal with the middle-aged man's strength. The middle-aged man didn't pursue Yang Yi and just guarded the gates. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly appeared above the middle-aged man. After that, he grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it down. This time, he didn't try to use technique, and he just used pure strength. A head-on collision. The middle-aged man raised his sword and swung it. Bang! A figure was blasted away, and it flew over 1 kilometer away. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was much stronger than had imagined. He was about to attack again when he seemed to have thought of something, and then he stopped and withdrew a seal. The weapon seal. It was the seal that the middle-aged man had given him that day. It was the symbol of the seal master from the slaughter line of the weapon path. The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw the seal, and then he walked slowly towards Yang Yi and took a knee. My lord! Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1981, 11 Swords. My lord? Yang Yi glanced at the weapon seal with quite a strange expression on his face. Had merely intended to give it a try, and he hadn't expected it to work. Of course, this was a good thing. Yang Yi took a step forward and sized up the middle-aged man. He noticed that the middle-aged man really was just a puppet. A puppet without a consciousness of his own. A Sea Dao realm puppet. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he waved his right hand and transported the middle-aged man into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi walked into the city. The city was a scene of desolation. Countless buildings had crumbled, and they were pitch black as if they'd been burned. A battle had happened here in the past. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. The city was deathly silent, and the surroundings were filled with a gloomy aura that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The 12 Swords of Slaughter. Yang Yi didn't stay and continued further into the city. It didn't take long for him to stop. A tall tower stood not too far away from him. Its top had been sliced off, and only half of it remained. There were 2 striking words at the center of the tower: Weapons Cemetery. Weapons Cemetery. I'm finally here. Yang Yi seemed visibly relieved. He didn't hesitate to enter the tower, and then he was stunned. At this moment, he was in a hall, and there were 12 people seated cross-legged there. There were men and women amongst them, but there were no signs of life coming from them. In front of them was the statue of an old man who held a sword in hand. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then started walking forward. Suddenly, a voice resounded. You're the person my martial uncle chose? Yang Yi stopped and turned around. He saw an ethereal figure above the man who was seated cross-legged before him. The ethereal figure had been formed by the man. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, Your martial uncle? The man replied, The one who gave you the weapon seal. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Yes. The man fell silent for a few breaths of time and replied, What ability do you possibly have for him to do that? Ability? Yang Yi chuckled. I don't know either. Anyway, he gave it to me. Of course, I can return it to you if you want. The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, The 12 Swords of Slaughter should be called the 12 Vicious Swords. Every single one of them is absolutely vicious. Only the seal master of my slaughter line was able to suppress them all those years ago. 12 vicious swords. Yang Yi asked, What are you trying to say? The man answered, You're too weak. You can't suppress them, so you'll only suffer from backlash if you try to do it by force. Yang Yi asked, There's something I don't really understand. Why didn't they take these swords when the slaughter line was annihilated? Because the last seal master hid them before he died. The man continued, Unless the weapon progenitor comes himself, no one else can locate them without the weapon seal. The weapon seal! Yang Yi glanced at the seal in his grasp, and then he gazed at the man. I want to take them now. The man spoke bluntly. You're too weak. Yang Yi replied. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. The man fell silent for a long time, and then he slowly floated towards Yang Yi. Those 12 swords are. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A ferocious expression appeared on the man's face, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time, a sword appeared before Yang Yi's forehead. The surroundings fell silent. The sword before Yang Yi's forehead was dark red, and less than a finger wide. However, it was extremely long, and it was at least 70% longer than an ordinary sword. The sword stopped before Yang Yi's forehead yet didn't stab him because of Yang Yi's sword domain. The sword domain had caused the sword to slow down, and it had suppressed the sword. Yang Yi flashed over 30 back, and then he deactivated the sword domain. There was a solemn expression in his eyes. He didn't dare to suppress it longer because the energy contained within the sword was too powerful, and it was very likely that he would suffer from backlash if he did. Yang Yi looked up. The man was gone, and he was replaced by a sword. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. You're one of the 12 swords, right? The sword didn't say anything. It just suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and stabbed at his face. A sword technique. The sword was actually using a sword technique. However, Yang Yi, who was familiar with all sorts of extraordinary sword techniques, didn't fear such techniques at all. He flicked his wrist slightly and stabbed forward. Clang! The sword was blasted away. It didn't take long for the sword to stop. Suddenly it started trembling. In an instant, around 100 rays of sword energy appeared around it, and then they instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, and 100 rays of sword energy appeared around him as well. After that, they shot forward like arcs of lightning. Bang! 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 Sword energy filled the hall. They slammed against the walls, causing deep marks to be left behind in their wake. However, it didn't take long for those marks to vanish. 3 breaths of time later, the sword energy vanished. 1 man and 1 sword stood in confrontation. Yang Yi twisted his neck. Come. Let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and the sword trembled violently before shooting forward as well. A dark red sword flashed around Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, it left a dark red mark in space. A short while later, Yang Yi noticed that the Spirit Breaker sword in his hand was actually gradually losing its ability. Corrosion! This sword before him was actually able to corrode Spirit Breaker. Yang Yi quickly put the sword away and took out the Holy Sword. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to use Shadow Sword immediately. Swish! 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 After images covered the surroundings, Yang Yi held his sword with both hands and swung his sword incessantly at the dark red sword, causing it to be pushed back repeatedly. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi stopped. The sword floated silently before him. Yang Yi was about to grab it when the sword suddenly trembled, and then another sword appeared by its side. This sword was magenta, 2 fingers wide, and had rays of light flowing all around it. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. But that wasn't the end of it. Another sword appeared beside it. Just like that, in just a short while, 11 swords had appeared before Yang Yi. The dark red sword was the leader. Yang Yi noticed that every single one of them emanated an extremely vicious aura. There were supposed to be 12 swords, but there were only 11 in front of him. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword. What? Hand over the weapon seal! A voice resounded. Yang Yi looked at the dark red sword and said, Hand it over? Are all of you planning on rebelling? Rebelling? A fierce voice resounded from the sword. We were free, but that old bastard forcefully gathered us and trapped us here. Damnable human! Hand over the weapon seal or we'll feast on your blood today. As expected of vicious swords. Yang Yi chuckled. I'm a little curious about something. Why do you want the seal? That's our business. The sword spoke ferociously. Will you hand it over or not? Fuck you! Yang Yi howled with fury. You're just a bunch of swords. How dare you act so arrogantly? Come on. Let's fight. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the holy sword shot forward. The dark red sword suddenly shook. Kill him! In an instant, the 11 swords shot forward like bolts of lightning. Yang Yi was quite regretful at this point. He regretted being so rash. Violence couldn't solve anything, and he should have tried to win them over with kindness. The reason he felt regretful was that he had far underestimated the might of these swords. They'd instantly suppressed him upon attacking. He was in a very passive position, and he could only suffer a beating. He was utterly suppressed and didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of golden light swept out from within him, and then his entire body was covered in a thin layer of golden light. The gold form. At this moment, Yang Yi had been forced to use the gold form. However, he noticed that even that didn't make a difference. Every single one of those swords tore through his god form with ease, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a miserable state. The sword domain. Yang Yi didn't dare to hold back at all and immediately utilized it. Once the sword domain appeared, the swords were suppressed, but it didn't take long for them to start trembling. They were fighting back. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he hurriedly deactivated the sword domain and said, I think that violence can't solve anything, and discussion is the only way to solve problems. What do you think? Hand over the weapon seal! The sword roared with fury. The weapon seal! Yan Yi withdrew the weapon seal, glanced at it, and then glanced at the sword. He noticed that all 11 swords had moved backwards. Fear! Yan Yi could sense that they feared the seal. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, Why do you want this weapon seal? Give it to us! The swords spoke fiercely. Otherwise, we'll bathe in your blood. Yan Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, I think that discussion won't change anything, so we should just use violence to resolve this. Yan Yi slowly placed the weapon seal against his chest while the swords watched, and then a ray of golden light surged out and instantly sucked away the weapon seal. Yan Yi stared at the swords. It's within a treasure of mine. Do you dare to go in and get it? Why not? As soon as it finished speaking, it led all the other swords into Yan Yi's chest. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1982 The Primordial Pagoda's Main Body. Chapter 1982 The Primordial Pagoda's Main Body. Violence? Discussion? No! Trickery was the way. Just like that, the 11 swords entered Yan Yi's body. Or to be more precise, they entered the Primordial Pagoda. In the Primordial Pagoda, the 11 swords floated in midair. Snowy gazed at them and kept blinking with curiosity. Ho Qing, on the other hand, had quite a solemn expression on his face as he stood by Snowy's side. Had realized how extraordinary they were. Meanwhile, Yan Yi entered the Primordial Pagoda. Yan Yi glanced at the sky, and then gazed at the swords. At this moment, they were floating there in midair. Obviously, they noticed that something was off about this place. A short while passed before the dark red sword asked, Where's the weapon seal? The weapon seal? Yan Yi chuckled and raised his right hand. The weapon seal appeared in his grasp. He gazed at the dark red sword and grinned. It's here. Come get it! Swish. 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 11 rays of light flashed and instantly arrived before Yan Yi. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of golden light flashed, and then swords were blasted back to where they'd been just a moment ago. The dark red sword asked in a low voice, What was that? Yan Yi smiled. Go figure! A moment of silence ensued, and then the 11 swords started spinning rapidly. In next to no time, rays of sword energy shot up into the air and seemed to be able to pierce through this world. Suddenly, a strange sound came from deep within the sky, and then a small golden pagoda appeared there. The Primordial Pagoda. The swords felt absolutely threatened, and they immediately converged together and pointed themselves at the golden pagoda. Interesting. Yan Yi chuckled. Ordinary treasures would be immediately subdued upon entering the Primordial Pagoda, but these 11 swords weren't subdued. Moreover, they seemed like they planned to fight the Primordial Pagoda. But it did make sense because they were precious treasures of the weapon path. The Primordial Pagoda sensed the battle intent those swords emanated. It was a form of provocation. They were actually challenging it? The Primordial Pagoda shook violently, and then countless rays of golden light covered the surroundings as they shot towards the 11 swords. Suddenly, the 11 swords started to spin rapidly, and rays of light surged out from them. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in golden light and sword energy. Hiss! 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 The sky started to tremble violently while spatial rifts appeared incessantly. It was absolutely shocking. Yan Yi frowned on the ground below. Suddenly, the Primordial Pagoda in the sky shook violently, and then it grew. In an instant, it was at least 100 times larger than before. A huge golden pagoda appeared in the sky. A moment later, it descended. Boom! The 11 swords were instantly slammed to the ground and were unable to move. Snowy's eyes were open wide. Obviously, she hadn't expected the pagoda to be able to grow in size. Yang Yi spoke softly as he gazed at the huge pagoda. Is that its true body? Suddenly, the primordial pagoda returned to normal. Meanwhile, a ray of golden light flashed on the swords, and the golden light coiled around every single one of them. No matter how they moved, they couldn't break free of the golden light. Yang Yi walked over to the swords. He gazed at the primordial pagoda and was about to speak, but it had started turning ethereal. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ho Qing suddenly said, You can't take control of them for now. Yang Yi nodded slightly because had noticed that too. His current strength was insufficient to take control of those swords. He would only be courting death if he tried to do so by force. Suddenly, Ho Qing asked, Now what? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Leave them like this for now. I'll come get them once I've grown stronger. Ho Qing nodded slightly. That is your only choice. Yang Yi glanced at the sky. The primordial pagoda had vanished without a trace. Yang Yi shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and looked at the dark red sword. According to my knowledge, there should be 12 swords here, but there are only 11 here. Where's the last sword? It's deep within the bottom of the tower. The dark red sword spoke solemnly. What was that thing? Why was it able to suppress our consciousness? Suppress your consciousness? Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? This time, the sword didn't answer him. It's like the soul of a person. Meanwhile, Ho Qing continued. You can think of it as the pagoda possessing the ability to suppress their souls. Yang Yi grinned. Looks like they're afraid of the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and asked, Why didn't all of you leave on your own? Why did you stay here? He was puzzled about that. Because they could have left, but they hadn't, and they just stayed here until now. That didn't make sense. This time, the sword didn't answer him as well, and he received silence as his answer. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he asked, Why is the last sword at the bottom of the tower? The sword spoke solemnly. That sword has fallen into darkness. Darkness? Yang Yi frowned. A sword can fall into darkness too? The sword replied. Can it? Yang Yi asked curiously. How? The sword fell silent for a long time before it replied. It lives on devouring people's souls, especially the souls of sword cultivators. Moreover, it devours the consciousness of swords. It devours the consciousness of swords. Yang Yi was speechless. It's quite interesting indeed. Meanwhile, the sword suddenly asked, What do we have to do to make you release us? Yang Yi smiled. So that's why it told me so much. You want to leave this place? Yang Yi smiled. That's very simple. Follow me and you'll be able to go outside. Dream on. The sword's voice suddenly became fierce. Damnable human. You're not qualified at all. We'll never submit to you. Yang Yi shrugged. Looks like we can't come to an agreement. Just stay here then. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. The sword's howls could be heard from behind him. After talking with Ho Qing for a while, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at the statue in the hall, and he knew that it should be the previous seal master of the slaughter line, and that fellow was dead. Had inherited the slaughter line of the weapon path. A long time passed before Yang Yi left. He didn't leave the tower, and he went down instead. The lower he went, the more solemn his expression was. He had a bad feeling. Yang Yi stopped. Should I continue? A short while passed before Yang Yi started walking again. Continue. He was a sword cultivator, so how could he fear a sword? If word of it were to spread, wouldn't everyone laugh at him? Besides that, he had the holy sword which was called the Sword Supreme. If worse came to worse, he could let both swords fight each other. Yang Yi sped up and continued down the tower. The area below grew darker and darker, and the surroundings carried a strand of bone-piercing coldness. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. Because he was back where he had been. As he walked and walked, had walked back to where had been. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he continued forward. However, just like before, he arrived where he had been again. A short while passed before Yang Yi continued forward. This time, he used the sword domain. With the sword domain covering the surroundings, Yang Yi noticed the scene around him change abruptly. Numerous ethereal barriers of light surrounded him, and they were translucent. What the heck are these? Yang Yi frowned. A short while passed before he swung his sword, but the barriers of light didn't even shake. Yang Yi flipped his palm and withdrew the sword supreme. Meanwhile, he seemed to have thought of something and put the sword away again. After that, he withdrew the weapon seal. As soon as the weapon seal appeared, the scene around him trembled, and then the barriers of light gradually vanished. Everything returned to normal. Yang Yi put the weapon seal away and continued forward. It didn't take long for him to stop. He was at the bottom. A sword was floating not too far ahead. The sword was completely pitch black, but its tip was blood red. Moreover, there were 3 gaps on its blade. Besides that, 4 fine golden chains were coiled around it. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he noticed that the walls were covered in strange blood-red symbols. There were also 2 strange talismans. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the black sword. It's really sealed up tight here. Yang Yi walked forward, and he stopped around 10 m away from the sword. At this moment, he saw it clearly. There were 2 fine words inscribed on the sword: Judgment. Judgment? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, I can take you out of this place, but I have conditions. Do you want to discuss them with me? The sword didn't answer him. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Since the sword wanted to be proud like that, he intended to be prouder. It was just a sword, while Yang Yi had the primordial pagoda and sword supreme. Both of them were better than this sword. He had the ability to walk away from this sword. Right when Yang Yi was about to vanish through the door, a voice resounded. I've seen you before. You've seen me before? Yang Yi stopped and gazed at the sword. Are you kidding? I have. The sword repeated. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1983 People from the Weapon Path. Chapter 1983 People from the Weapon Path. It has met me before? Yang Yi walked over to the sword. Look carefully. The sword fell silent. A long time passed before the sword spoke once more. I see. Yang Yi asked. What? The sword trembled and said. Do you know who you are? Who I am? Yang Yi chuckled. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. You say that you know me, and as far as I'm concerned, you should disdain to lie to me or play tricks like this. So, can you give me an explanation? It's meaningless. The sword replied. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Telling you about the past is meaningless to your present self, right? Yang Yi scanned the sword and said, You're much different than I expected. They say you fell into darkness, but as far as I'm concerned, your mind is clear. Darkness? The sword chuckled. Haven't you fallen into darkness too? Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? The sword replied. Those who follow their heart are devils. Yang Yi fell silent. What did that mean? It meant that one did things according to one's truest thoughts. Such people were extremely true to themselves and others, but they were absolutely insane. Meanwhile, the sword said, Some sages of the Confucianist path once said that people were born good. But is that really true? Actually, people are born both good and evil. What is good? What is evil? Who doesn't have evil in their heart? Good and evil coexist. Just like you. You're evil when you're evil, and good when you're good. Right. Good and evil coexist. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. I'm not interested in discussing these things. All I want to know is whether you want to leave this place. The sword fell silent. Yang Yi was in no hurry, and he just stood there and waited. A long time passed before Judgment asked, "What are your conditions?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up. "It's quite sensible." Yang Yi was about to speak when Judgment spoke again. "I think you're not that immature as to ask me to submit to you. I'm not looking down on you, but your current strength is far from sufficient to make me acknowledge you as my master. I would have been willing to follow you from the past, and I..." Judgment suddenly stopped at this point. "Me from the past?" Yang Yi frowned. "Can you explain that?" The sword fell silent again. "Fine," Yang Yi said. "Let's put that aside and talk about the conditions. I don't need you to submit to me, and I don't need you to acknowledge me as your master. I only have one request, and that's to use you 3 times a month. 3 years! I'll return your freedom to you in 3 years. 3 years. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, 3 years were enough. The sword fell silent for a long time. In the end, it shook and said, "How will you save me?" The sword agreed. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up. He was about to speak when Judgment spoke again. "It isn't these chains that trap me, it's the symbols on the walls. I can break free if you're able to destroy those symbols." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and asked, "Can the weapon seal do that?" Judgment suddenly said, "You're his successor." "Successor?" Yang Yi chuckled. "No, I just obtained this by chance." "So, why did he trap all of you here? Wasn't he your master?" Judgment suddenly asked. "Do you know why this lion suffered such a terrible defeat?" Yang Yi asked. "Why?" Judgment replied. "Because of the 12 of us." Yang Yi asked. "What do you mean?" Judgment explained. "Because we attacked our master at the critical moment." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Judgment said, "Those 11 swords weren't born vicious. For the sake of making them even stronger, the master of this cemetery forcefully utilized evil methods to refine them into vicious swords, and then used the weapon seal to control them. If the weapon seal is destroyed, their sword spirits will be destroyed as well." Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding when he heard this. So that's why they wanted the weapon seal. Meanwhile, Judgment continued, "Freedom! Is there any being in this world that doesn't long for freedom? He took our freedom and enslaved us by force. Just think about it, how could we be willing to let him control us? At the critical moment in his battle with another, we suddenly attacked him and caused him to be utterly defeated. They attacked their own master." Yang Yi glanced at Judgment. So these fellows actually caused the death of their master all those years ago. However, it did make sense. The seal master of the slaughter line hadn't been able to truly subdue them, so it was normal for him to have suffered such an end. Judgment said, "You have the weapon seal, so you're naturally able to destroy these symbols with ease. However, are you really going to let me out? You don't seem to have the strength to resist me if you let me out right now." Yang Yi asked. "Will you kill me after I save you?" Judgment replied with a question. "Why don't you give it a guess?" Yang Yi didn't say anything, and he just withdrew the weapon seal. In an instant the symbols on the walls started trembling, and then the symbols gradually vanished. Suddenly, Judgment started trembling. Yang Yi moved a short distance backwards. Boom! The chains that were around Judgment suddenly exploded apart. "I'm finally free again!" Judgment's voice resounded. Yang Yi watched silently. A short while later, Judgment floated over to Yang Yi. "Hold tight!" Yang Yi didn't hesitate to grab Judgment's hilt. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide. He felt like something within him was vanishing rapidly. Suddenly, Judgment struggled free of his grasp. At this moment, Yang Yi's countenance was ghastly pale. Yang Yi asked, "What was that?" Judgment explained, Soul absorption. That's my ability. However, it doesn't just seize the souls of the enemy, it seizes the soul of the one who wields me. If you hold me tight, your soul will flow out rapidly. You'll lose your soul in 15 minutes at most. Soul absorption. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and asked, You can't control it? I can. Judgment replied, I was controlling it just now. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. Based on your current strength and combined with my own control, you're only able to use me once a month, at most. You must nurture your soul after using me. Once a month? Yang Yi asked. How strong would I be while using you? Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Judgment replied, Anyone below the Zen realm will die upon coming in contact with me. Anyone below the Zen realm? Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. Isn't it a little too terrifying? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then the sword supreme appeared in his grasp. What? Judgment suddenly exclaimed. That's the sword supreme. There was a trace of surprise in Yang Yi's eyes. You recognize it? Judgment replied. During our time, there were two swords that were extremely terrifying. It's one of the two, and it's called the Sword Supreme. Of course, it's worthy of that title. Yang Yi asked. Two swords? What about the other sword? Judgment replied. Perhaps you'll find out in the future. He paused for a moment and continued. What's it doing in your possession? Yang Yi answered. I got it by chance. Judgment fell silent for a long time, and then it said, Its sword spirit is in deep sleep. Yang Yi said, I know. Judgment said, 3 years. It'll leave after 3 years pass. As soon as it finished speaking, Judgment transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Yi's forehead, and then a small black sword appeared on Yang Yi's forehead. Meanwhile it said, Staying in your sea of consciousness to nurture myself will help me recover swiftly. Yang Yi asked, You're injured? Judgment replied, It's nothing. It'll recover in a few years. A few years? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. A few years, or even a few dozen years are probably just an instant for these swords. Wai took a deep breath on the spot. I've finally collected all 12 swords. Unfortunately, I can't use them for now. Yang Yi shook his head and vanished on the spot. He left the weapons cemetery and was about to leave the city when a man in an embroidered robe walked over from afar. The man was around the age of 27. He had a heroic look, and he seemed very handsome. He was holding a sheathed sword. The man frowned when he saw Yang Yi. You came from in there? Yang Yi nodded. The young man glanced at the city and said, The Seal Master said that the 12 swords hidden in this weapons cemetery will emerge into the world. If I'm not wrong, they should be in your possession, right? Yang Yi frowned. You're from the weapon path. The young man smiled. The weapon path's prediction line. He chuckled at this point. The Seal Master was right as expected. My trip wouldn't be very smooth. Fortunately, I can also eliminate a survivor of the slaughter line. As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi said, You're saying that Seal Master of yours predicted that the 12 swords would fall into my hands? The young man smiled. What? You're very surprised? Besides the mysterious strategist of the god race, when it comes to prediction and scheming against others, the Seal Master is. Suddenly, Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted the man. Your line only sent you? The young man smiled. What? Am not enough? Yang Yi chuckled, and then he placed his right hand against his forehead. A moment later, he slowly pulled out a pitch-black sword. A moment later, a ray of black light flashed. The young man's expression changed drastically. A moment later, countless rays of light surged out from him like a storm, and they instantly covered the entire sky. 5 breaths of time later, everything returned to normal. At this moment, Yang Yi was behind the young man. Yang Yi put the sword away and spoke indifferently. If your Seal Master is that good at predicting things, why didn't he predict what would happen to you? Looks like he isn't that good, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's figure stiffened, and his eyes dimmed down. Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind Yan Yi. "You're the new SEAL master of the slaughter line? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1984. Fight Them. Chapter 1984. Fight Them. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed on the spot. "Looks like it's not as simple as I imagined." Yan Yi turned around, but there was no one there. The voice spoke abruptly. "There's no need to look. I'm not here." Yan Yi asked. "Who are you?" The voice replied. "I would be very disappointed if you can't guess that." Yan Yi smiled. "You should be the SEAL master that annihilated the slaughter line, right?" The voice said. "The weapon path has 6 lines: slaughter, prediction, merge, technique, breaker, and guardian." "I'm not from the prediction line," Yan Yi asked. "Then who are you?" The voice answered. "You'll find out in the future. Allow me to give you a piece of advice: don't underestimate any line. It wasn't that the weapon immortal didn't predict that fellow's fate, it's just that head completely underestimated you." Yan Yi asked. "What do you mean?" The voice replied. "Take a look at his palm." Yan Yi turned around, and he saw a small character that represented immortal in the young man's palm. "Words of truth," the voice continued. "The words of truth from the weapon immortal. If he didn't underestimate you and used it immediately, then you would be a corpse now. Unfortunately, he underestimated you and acted carelessly upon noticing that you are at the 2nd stage of the enlightened realm. Of course, no one would have expected you to instantly annihilate a Dao realm expert while at the 2nd stage of the enlightened realm." Yan Yi chuckled. Actually, he hadn't expected himself to be able to kill a Dao realm expert with a single attack. During his battle with Direwolf, had merely heavily injured Direwolf and hadn't been able to kill him. But this time, had been able to kill the young man in an instant. Of course, it was mainly because of judgment. Otherwise, his current strength was far from sufficient to accomplish that. Meanwhile, the voice said, "Well, meet again." Yan Yi asked. "Senior, are you not on good terms with the prediction line?" "Ha!" The voice chuckled. "Kid, you really do have great potential. However, you're still too weak. To be a little blunt, you're not qualified to get involved in many things. Of course, I believe that it won't take long for you to gain that qualification. I hope we meet again." Yan Yi didn't say anything because that person was gone. Yan Yi shook his head and left. The weapon path was clearly not that united. However, it didn't have much to do with him right now. He hadn't even dealt with his current business, so he had no interest in interfering in the weapon path's business. The other races still hadn't stopped pursuing him. Yan Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and vanished on the spot. Back to Sky Residence City. Yan Yi left the city and flew all the way on his sword. However, his expression changed, and he stopped while passing through the desert. Yan Yi looked down, and he saw numerous red shadows emerging from the sand below before shooting swiftly in a single direction. It was the direction of the area where Sky Residence City was. "What's going on?" Yan Yi sped up. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Helm Mountain Range. At this moment, powerful auras were frequently shooting up into the sky and flashing off towards the direction of Sky Residence City. Yan Yi's face became solemn. "We're in trouble now." Yan Yi was about to speed up when he suddenly looked to the side. A group of people had arrived in the desert. People? Yan Yi focused his gaze, and he saw a group traveling rapidly in this direction. There were thousands of them. What the hell? Yan Yi's frown deepened. A few breaths of time later, Yan Yi vanished on the spot. He knew he had to rush back to Sky Residence City. Yan Yi shot swiftly through the sky, and he naturally drew the attention of some formidable demon beasts. It didn't take long for one to charge at Yan Yi. It was a huge colossus. It was shaped like a lion, had an enormous head, a wide body, and claws that were actually over 3 m long. A cold glow flashed through Yan Yi's eyes, and then he raised his sword and swung it. Numerous afterimages of Yan Yi appeared in the air. The sky suddenly fell silent, and then the afterimages vanished while Yan Yi was already long gone. As for the demon beast, its figure stiffened on the spot. A few moments passed before it suddenly exploded into pieces. Burial! Yan Yi had used burial to avoid wasting time. That was formidable! A young man looked up at the sky and spoke softly. There were thousands behind the young man. An outsider! An old man by the young man's side said. None of the outsiders who dare to come alone to the dead dimension are ordinary. Chomer, if you encounter them, you absolutely must not underestimate them. Understand? The young man nodded slightly. Grandpa, has he really vanished? The old man looked into the distance. Of course. Looks like someone has obtained the weapon path's inheritance. But that's good because it's time for us to leave this place after being trapped here for so long. The young man asked. Is the outside world really that good? The old man grinned. It isn't just good, it's like a paradise. If you get to the outside world, then based on your natural talent, it'll take you 3 years at most to get to the Zen realm. The Zen realm. The young man intended to say more, but the old man shook his head. Let's go. If we're too late, the others will take all the spirit energy in southern Qilin Mountain. The old man waved his hand, and the others immediately continued their march forward. Yan Yi didn't go straight to Sky Residence City, and he went to the huge Sword and Helm Mountain range instead. However, the huge sword was a pile of scrap now. What happened? Yan Yi frowned. Didn't he say that he could last for a month? But he's gone already? Yan Yi was about to leave when a figure floated out from the remains of the huge sword. It was the middle-aged man, but he was extremely translucent, as if he would vanish at any moment. Yan Yi asked. What happened? The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. It's all your fault. Why are you asking me? Me? Yan Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? The middle-aged man replied. I kept myself alive just to wait for you. Kid, forget about the weapon path and doubt path for now. That thing that's following you, deal with it. Suddenly, a fine thread of red light flashed. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Hiss. The middle-aged man's figure vanished. Yan Yi's pupils constricted slightly. He turned around, but there was nothing there. That thing that's following me? Something's following me? Yan Yi was bewildered. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, but there was nothing there. However, he was very well aware that something was there, because the middle-aged man wouldn't have vanished for no reason. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to think of something. The evil weapon! It was the evil weapon that Sage had been suppressing, and the former Sky Emperor had spoken about the evil weapon as well. Yan Yi hadn't expected it to have followed him here. It just refused to give up. Yan Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, You've been following me for so long, so how about you show yourself? He received no reply. Yan Yi chuckled. Will you really not show yourself? He still received no response. Yan Yi shrugged. Suit yourself! Yan Yi's figure vanished into the sky. Yan Yi shot through the sky on his sword while he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. Judgment, are you able to detect what's following me? Judgment fell silent for a long time before it replied. A ball of red light. Yan Yi asked. Do you know what it is? Judgment replied. An evil artifact. Yan Yi asked. Can you defeat it? Judgment fell silent for a moment and answered. I can't. Yan Yi's face instantly became solemn. He didn't know what level Judgment was at, but it was definitely extremely great. However, it actually admitted that it couldn't defeat the evil artifact which was following Yan Yi. Meanwhile, Judgment added, It's on the same level as the Sword Supreme. Even if the Sword Supreme's sword spirit awakens, it probably won't be able to suppress that thing. If I'm not wrong, it wants to acknowledge you as its master. Acknowledge me as its master? Yan Yi was stunned. Why does it feel like it wants to kill me? Judgment replied. Evil artifacts are naturally called evil for a reason. However, It's clearly afraid of that treasure within you, and that's why it didn't take you as its master by force. Otherwise, you would probably be dead by now. Yan Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. You know about the treasure within me? Had never told Judgment about it. I can sense it. Judgment continued. There's something in you that makes me sense extreme danger, and it's much more dangerous than that evil artifact. More danger than the evil artifact! Meanwhile, Judgment added, why is it targeting you? Yang Yi spoke helplessly. I want to know the answer to that too. Judgment suddenly said, it may be waiting for an opportunity. So, be careful. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Of course he could only do that. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished on the spot. Sky Residence City? At this moment, there was a huge barrier of light above the city. It covered the entire city. Besides that, Aman and the others were on the city walls. At this moment, all of them had solemn expressions in their eyes. It was because the city was surrounded by a dense ocean of demon beasts. Qin Chuan gulped and asked, Big sis, what should we do? Aman glanced at the surroundings. What else? Fight them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1985, Flee. Chapter 1985, Flee. Fight them? Everyone exchanged glances. Our chances are quite horrible. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment and said, Big sis, I think we should flee. Flee? Aman shook her head slightly while a trace of bitterness curled up on the corners of her mouth. Flee where? We can't flee anywhere. Demon beasts have surrounded the city. Not just the city, even the sky. There are no less than 100 wyverns up there. There was no place to run. Qin Chuan and the others were clearly aware of this too, and that was why their faces were gloomy. Mad Saber asked, Why have these demon beasts come from Helm Mountain Range? Aman shook her head. Yu Jing investigated but wasn't able to find out anything. However, based on the information I obtained, we aren't the only ones who are facing this problem. The dire wolves in southern Qilin Mountain are being attacked too. Yu Jing spoke softly. The situation in this place is about to change. Rumble. Suddenly, the demon beasts down below started to attack in groups. They attacked in the most direct and violent method, slamming themselves against the city. So, city residents' city started shaking violently. At the same time, the barrier of light around the city started to crack more and more. Obviously, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Aman closed her eyes slowly. Get everyone prepared to charge outside. Flee. They naturally had to flee. There were too many demon beasts, so it was impossible to annihilate them. Thus, Aman could only choose to flee. They nodded. Fleeing was the only way out for them right now. Aman gazed at Ling. How is it? Ling nodded slightly. He flicked his finger, and over 60 rays of light flashed into every single one of their foreheads. Aman explained. These are our last words. Remember that if any of you get out of this place and return to the large world, then don't forget our last words. Send as many as you can. In any case, just do your best. They nodded. Besides a few of them, all the others had family in the outside world. It didn't take long for the cracks on the barrier of light to widen. Finally, boom! The barrier of light that covered Sky Residence City exploded apart into fragments of energy that rained down from the sky. Now that they didn't have the protection of the barrier, the walls around the city collapsed in an instant. Countless demon beasts charged at Aman and the others. Aman flipped her palm in midair and withdrew the spiked club. I hope we'll be able to see the sunrise again. She charged forward once she finished speaking. Qin Chuan and the others followed behind her. However, it only took a while for them to be drowned within the army of demon beasts. Even though they weren't annihilated in an instant, they were on the verge of it. After all, there were too many demon beasts, and they weren't weak at all. At this moment, practically all of them were injured. Bang! Qin Chuan slapped his palm at a demon beast, but he was blasted away by the force of the collision. As soon as he stopped himself, another demon beast slammed itself against him. Bang! Qin Chuan was blasted away again. Meanwhile, 2 more demon beasts slammed themselves at him. This time, he couldn't avoid them. Boom! Suddenly, the demon beasts were blasted away. Aman appeared in front of Qin Chuan and grabbed him. She spoke fiercely. Don't give up! Qin Chuan laughed bitterly. Big sis, we probably won't be able to escape this calamity. Aman closed her eyes slowly. It'll definitely lead all of you out of this. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the surroundings. Some had fallen, and one of the demon beasts was even swallowing one of their corpses. Aman's eyes instantly turned blood red when she noticed this, and she tossed her spiked club at that demon beast's. Bang! That demon beast's head instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Aman glanced at the surroundings and spoke fiercely. Don't give up! Bang! Meanwhile, she was blasted away. A completely red demon beast that looked like a lion was standing where she had been. It was extremely huge, and it was covered in flames. The demon beast stomped its right foot down and slammed a punch at Aman. A vicious glow flashed through Aman's eyes, and then she flung the spiked club at the demon beast. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions resounded, and then Aman was blasted away. She flew over 1 kilometer away before she stopped herself, and she was surrounded by the demon beasts in the surroundings. Big sis! A furious shout resounded, and then a few people charged at the demon beasts. Rumble! The demon beasts around Aman were blasted away, and she appeared before their fields of vision. She was alive! All of them heaved sighs of relief at the sight of this, but she was clearly heavily injured. It didn't take long for them to form a circle around Aman. Endless demon beasts surrounded them. Aman laughed bitterly as she stood at the center of them. It looks like we're all going to die here. Ha ha! Qin Chuan suddenly started laughing. What's there to fear? Actually, being able to die with all of you isn't that bad. All of them nodded. They were from various clans and powers in the outside world, and in that environment, practically all of them would have been scheming against each other. But that didn't happen here. Aman grinned. All right, we weren't able to be born on the same day, but we can die on the same day. Kill! All of them were about to charge. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from far away in the sky, and then a ray of light shot down and descended before them. Hiss! 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 Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The demon beasts around the area where the ray of light landed were instantly sliced into pieces by numerous rays of sword energy. The light dispersed to reveal a man. The man smiled. How can you leave me out of such a battle? Yan Yi! It was Yan Yi. All of them smiled when they saw him. Yan Yi could choose not to come, but he still had. There was no need to say anything. Aman walked over to Yan Yi. She didn't say anything and just patted him on the shoulder. Since you're here, then kill a few more. At least your death won't be in vain. Qin Chuan walked over to Yan Yi and punched Yan Yi on the shoulder. We were thinking of letting you avenge us, but you came to give your life away instead. Sigh. Yan Yi chuckled and spoke seriously. Follow behind him. Stay close. Let's kill our way out. As he spoke, he turned around to gaze at the demon beasts and spoke fiercely. The large universe will belong to us in the future, so how can we just die here? Come with me. Yan Yi stomped his right foot down. A sword howl resounded, and a ray of light charged forward before them. Let's kill our way out. The others behind Yan Yi roared with fury and followed after him. Yan Yi's job was to open up a path, and it was obvious that he faced the greatest pressure. Because he couldn't stop. Once he stopped, they would lose the imposing aura they'd created, and that would be a disastrous blow to them. Yan Yi's sword had been exchanged for the Sword Supreme. He swung it incessantly, and rays of light flashed out successively. Every single ray of light either injured or killed its target. Just like that, Yan Yi led them swiftly towards the distance. Yan Yi was at the front, Aman was on his right, Mad Saber on his left, and Ling was in midair. Ling contributed tremendously. Because some demon beasts were descending towards them from above, and Ling kept them all away. So, none of those demon beasts could descend upon them like that. So, the pressure he endured could be said to be only second to Yang Yi. There were over 60 of them, and all of them were extraordinary geniuses. However, they still couldn't withstand the numbers that the demon beasts had. So, it didn't take long for them to fall in succession. At this moment, Yan Yi's eyes were closed while his sword was swung incessantly. Every single swing would make bloody heads fly into the air. However, an endless ocean of demon beasts still resided before them, and it simply seemed endless. Some of them started to feel despair. "Don't lose hope!" Suddenly, Yan Yi howled with fury, and everyone gazed at him. Yan Yi stomped his right foot down, and a wave of terrifying energy suddenly appeared here. The sword domain. The sword domain instantly covered a huge area of space in the surroundings. Qin Chuan and the others were enveloped by it as well. At the same time, the demon beasts in the surroundings were enveloped as well. At the same time, 36 ethereal swords appeared in the surroundings. Yan Yi howled with fury. "Kill!" Swish! Swish! In an instant, countless rays of light crisscrossed, and then howls of pain resounded incessantly. Only rays of light could be seen in the surroundings. The demon beasts rushed backwards and didn't dare to get close. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed before the light gradually vanished, and the demon beasts roared with fury when they saw the scene before them. Corpses filled the area around Yan Yi's group. All the corpses were in an extremely horrifying state, and they'd been sliced into countless pieces. Roar! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from the ocean of demon beasts, and then all of them charged madly at Yan Yi's group. Endless demon beasts surrounded them from all directions, and they seemed so tiny at the center of the ocean of demon beasts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1986. No Fear of Death. Countless demon beasts surrounded them in numerous layers. As they gazed at the dense ocean of demon beasts, not a trace of hope could be seen in their eyes. Not to mention them, even 10 Zen realm experts would probably be unable to overcome so many demon beasts. "Are you giving up?" Suddenly Yan Yi's voice resounded. Everyone gazed at him. Yan Yi flipped his palm, and a streamer appeared in his grasp. Yan Yi glanced at them and said, "Don't give up until the last moment. Come with me and kill our way out." Yan Yi's figure shot up into the sky, and then the remaining profound energy in him surged out. Countless strands of profound energy entered the streamer in his grasp, and then it started trembling violently. Yan Yi waved it downwards. "Get the fuck out here!" Swish! 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 Souls surged out from the streamer like a torrent. As soon as they appeared here, the skin dimmed down. The souls pounced on the demon beasts in the surroundings, and howls of pain resounded incessantly. Qin Chuan and the others' eyes blazed once more with hope when they witnessed this. Qin Chuan howled with fury. "Kill them! Kill them!" All the others howled with fury too. Yan Yi led them forward like a sharp sword that was piercing through the ocean of demon beasts. Yan Yi flew on his sword while waving the streamer through the air, and Aman was by his side. Aman suddenly said, "Head to Southern Qilin Mountain." "Southern Qilin Mountain?" Yan Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Aman explained. "That's the only place we can go. Many groups and organizations have joined forces there, and there are even some mysterious forces there. We can only deal with these demon beasts by joining forces with them." Yan Yi nodded. "All right." At the same time, he sized up Aman and asked, "Are you all right?" At this moment, besides a ghastly countenance, her entire body was covered in blood. She shook her head slightly. "It's nothing." Yan Yi nodded slightly, and then he didn't say another word. He turned around and waved the streamer madly. More and more souls appeared here, and they were filled with the viciousness and the intent to kill. Once they appeared here, they immediately pounced at the demon beasts in the surroundings. Compared to those demon beasts, the souls still seemed quite insufficient. Especially when facing some of the formidable demon beasts, a huge group of souls were instantly slapped into bits. Fortunately, the charge of these souls made things easier for Yan Yes' group. They traveled all the way south. However, the demon beasts had no intention to let them go, and they kept chasing after Yan Yes' group. 2 hours later, fewer and fewer souls remained in the surroundings, but the demon beasts hadn't really reduced in number, and they were growing in number instead. As for Yan Yes' group, it was growing smaller as well. Now there were less than 50 of them left. Genius after genius were perishing. At the front of the group, Yan Yi held the streamer tightly while a gloomy expression covered his face. Because if this continued, there would probably be no one left behind him when they arrived at southern Qilin Mountain. Aman asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Ideas?" A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Yan Yes' mouth. What ideas could he possibly have to deal with this boundless ocean of demon beasts? The invincible sword domain and the streamer had been used, but he was still unable to resolve the problem they faced. Even though he had no other ideas, he would never give up. Yan Yi asked, "How far are we from southern Qilin Mountain?" Aman replied, "Around 4 hours." 4 hours! Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, "There's no other way. We can only go head-on against them." As soon as he finished speaking, faint golden light appeared around Yan Yi. The gold form. At this moment, he had no other choice but to go head-on against them. "Just leave by yourself." Suddenly, Aman spoke softly to him. "Based on your strength, you have a huge chance of being able to charge out of here. But you probably won't be able to leave if you stay with us." Yan Yi turned to look at Aman. "Big sis, I don't like hearing that. If I wanted to leave on my own, I wouldn't have come back. In my life, I've never betrayed those who haven't betrayed me." He glanced at the others and said, "Well, either get out of this together or die together." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed. A few demon beasts ahead were instantly sliced into two. Roar! Suddenly, the demon beasts in front of them moved to the side, and then a demon beast that seemed like a lion covered in dark red flames dashed towards them. "The Flare Lion," Aman spoke solemnly. "It's comparable to an attained Dao realm expert. I was no match for it when I went head-on against it earlier." "It's comparable to an attained Dao realm expert." Yan Yi tightened his grip on his sword, and then he stretched his hand forward. His sword immediately floated above his palm, and it started to spin rapidly. The Flare Lion was getting closer and closer to Yan Yes' group, and all of them felt a wave of pressure slam down upon them. Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly. Swish! Yan Yes' sword vanished abruptly, and a ray of light flashed. Burial! Yan Yi didn't dare to hold back at all against a demon beast at this level, and he couldn't hold back either. Because if they were stopped here for just a moment, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. He had to end the battle quickly. The Flare Lion stopped, and then numerous gashes appeared on its body before blood sprayed out like fountains. The Flare Lion moved backwards rapidly while blood sprayed all over the ground. It had survived Yan Yes' attack. However, it was heavily injured, and it didn't have much strength left to fight. Yan Yi ignored it and led the others towards the southern Qilin Mountain. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded from behind the demon beasts. In an instant, all of them chased after Yan Yes' group. Yan Yi glanced in the direction of the roar. At the center of the ocean of demon beasts was a demon beast, and it was looking at them. It had the body of a person and the head of an ox, and it was extremely huge. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. At this moment, it was looking at their group. Yan Yi knew that it was probably the leader of these demon beasts, and if he could kill it, then the army of demon beasts around him would definitely collapse. However, While it was a great idea, reality was cruel. Demon beasts respected the strong. Since it could give orders to all the demon beasts here, its strength was obvious. Besides that, if he wanted to kill it, he would have to face it, and that was another problem. Flee. Yang Yi discarded that unrealistic thought and didn't stop fleeing. Around 2 hours later, less than 40 were left from the 50+ they had been just 2 hours ago. More than 10 had fallen to the boundless ocean of demon beasts. Yan Yi and the others' expressions grew even gloomier. At this moment, Yan Yi's body was covered in injuries, and his countenance was horribly pale. The continuous battle had pushed his body to an extremely exhausted state. As for the others behind him, practically none of them was whole. However, something worth mentioning was that the Sky Race's Yu Jing, the clean freak, was still so clean and dignified. There wasn't even a drop of blood on him. Suddenly, Amon said, "Look! In front of us!" Yan Yi looked up, and he saw 2 towering mountains in the distance. The mountains were close together, and there was only a path around 300 m between them. It was like a door. Yan Yi understood what Amon meant. Yan Yi and the others sped up, and it didn't take long for them to go through that path. However, Yan Yi and Amon stopped at this point. As soon as they stopped, the others stopped too, and then they gazed at Yan Yi and Amon. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly spoke in an indisputable tone. "I'll stay behind." Yan Yi shook his head. "Let me." Amon walked over to Yan Yi. "There's no time. Take them and go. Right now." Yan Yi was about to speak when Amon grabbed his shirt and lifted him up. "It isn't the time to hesitate. I asked you to go, so go. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Understand?" Now, all of them understood what Yan Yi and Amon were talking about. The demon beasts couldn't swarm them here. Moreover, based on the size of those demon beasts, only around 2 or 3 would be able to enter the path at once. That was an opportunity for them to flee. However, someone had to stay behind and buy time for them. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape. As for the person who stayed behind, that person had to be strong. Only then could that person keep the demon beasts at bay and buy time for them. Strength. Only Yan Yi and Amon possessed such strength. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. "Big sis, let me stay. Trust me, you'll be able to escape." "Escape?" Amon spoke angrily. "How? Can you defy the heavens?" She tried her best to calm down at this point and continued. "Take them to southern Qilin Mountain. They need a strong and courageous leader. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for them to survive in this chaotic place. I'm begging you, all right?" All of them fell silent. The demon beasts were getting closer, and they would get before them in 10 breaths of time at most. Suddenly, Yan Yi started laughing, and then he gazed at Qin Xuan and the others. "She intends to sacrifice herself so we can escape. Tell me, are you willing to let that happen?" Qin Xuan chuckled. He glanced at his right shoulder, but there was nothing there. Had actually lost both his arms earlier. Qin Xuan said, "Even though it doesn't feel nice to have lost my arms, it isn't too bad. However, if we have to exchange Amon's life for us to survive, then I would never be able to rest at ease." Ling, who was so weak that he couldn't even stand firmly, said, "Me too." Mad Saber placed his saber against his shoulder. "Isn't it just death? Since we dared to come here, we don't fear death," Yu Jing suddenly said. "Brother Yang, can you promise me something?" Everyone gazed at him. At this moment, Yu Ling didn't have half his head. Yu Jing cracked a smile. "If I die, give me a change of clean clothes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1987. Horrifying. A change of clean clothes. Ha! Everyone exploded with laughter when they heard Yu Jing. Qin Xuan chuckled. "Bastard, you're still such a clean freak even in death." Yan Yi chuckled as well. Meanwhile, the demon beast had arrived. Kill! Viciousness covered Yang Ye's face as he turned around and swung his sword. A ray of sword energy shot forward, and the demon beasts at the front of the group were instantly sliced into two. Kill them! The others behind Yang Yi charged forward like madmen. It was a bloody battle. Countless demon beasts charged at them, but the frenzied attacks they launched made it so that practically all the demon beasts which charged into the path were dead. It didn't take long for a small hill of corpses to form. However, those demon beasts were still charging fearlessly. Some distance away, a petite young girl stood with her hands behind her back. There was a huge beast lying by her side. It just laid there quietly with its head by her feet. There was a white-robed old man beside her too. The woman was looking ahead. It was in the direction of Yang Ye's group. She was Jie. However, she wasn't the same person anymore. Both her bearing and appearance had changed dramatically, and she seemed mature now. Jie was mature and cold now. She suddenly asked, "Uncle Guan, what do you think of him?" The old man pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Which aspect?" She replied, "Everything," the old man answered. "He possesses such strength at his age, so he's on par with some of the geniuses of our god race. The most precious part is how loyal he is. His character and disposition are excellent. I suggest that you help him and form goodwill between us." She glanced at the old man. "Uncle Guan, is that what you really think?" The old man replied. "If it was before this, I wouldn't suggest you do that. Yet now, while he's a human, based on how he does things, he isn't someone ungrateful. So, you can help him if you want." She looked up into the distance. Yang Yi and the others seemed to be on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer. Even Yang Ye's body was covered in injuries. A moment of silence ensued, and then she looked down at the royal crocodile. The latter understood her intentions. It immediately stood up and leaped into the ocean of demon beasts. Roar! This roar horrified countless demon beasts. In an instant, all the demon beasts stopped and looked at the royal crocodile. Bang! Suddenly, a huge demon beast descended before the royal crocodile. It was the demon beast with the body of a person and the head of an ox. The demon beast exchanged glances, and then the royal crocodile's tail swept forward. Bang! Everyone watched with astonishment as the demon beast in front of the royal crocodile was swept away, and it flew over 30 kilometers away before crashing to the ground. Its entire body cracked apart into pieces. All the demon beasts were stunned, and so was Yang Ye's group. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to glance at the surroundings, and he saw a familiar figure in the sky. "Jie!" She glanced at him and vanished without saying a word. The royal crocodile hurriedly went after her. Meanwhile, all the demon beasts here fell silent. They exchanged glances, but none dared to attack. Meanwhile, Amon's voice came from Yang Ye's side. "Let's leave first." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and led them away. Yang Yi and the others sat cross-legged deep within the mountains. At this moment, less than 30 of them were left. Since they left Sky Residence City, they'd lost half of their members, and the remaining half were heavily injured. Yang Yi waved his right hand and 5 immortal crystals appeared before every one of them. While they were curious about where Yang Yi got so many immortal crystals, they didn't ask or refuse it, and they just took the immortal crystals. Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and started recuperating as well. A day later, Amon suddenly stood up and gazed at a man by her side. "Is it done?" The man nodded. "We lost a total of 32 brothers." 32! All of them had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces. Amon closed her eyes slowly, and a long time passed before she opened them again. "We came here from the large universe for the sake of tempering ourselves, but I'm sure all of you've noticed as well. Something seems to have occurred in this place, and it has fallen into utter chaos. It isn't suitable for us to temper ourselves here anymore. So, are all of you going to head back?" "Head back?" Qin Chuan laughed bitterly. "Big sis, you know that it's impossible to head back right now." Yang Yi asked. "What do you mean?" Qin Chuan replied with a bitter tone. The teleportation formations are only opened once every 5 years. Moreover, those old fellows in the outside world have to join forces to open it, and they've agreed to open it every 5 years. There are 6 months left before the teleportation formations are opened again. But if we don't have their help and rely on ourselves, then perhaps we'll have to cultivate for 10 more years before we'll have a chance to leave this place. Once every 5 years? Yang Yi frowned. Can't any of you contact the outside world? Qin Chuan shook his head. Only they can contact us, and we're unable to contact them. Suddenly Ling said, even if they want to contact us, they can't anymore. Everyone gazed at Ling. Ling floated up slowly and glanced up at the sky. This place has been enveloped by a mysterious formation. Now, no one can leave or enter this place. What do you mean? Qin Chuan walked over to Ling. It has been sealed up by someone? Ling fell silent for a moment and replied. Someone used a formation to seal the dead dimension. Why would the people of the dead dimension do something like this? Yang Yi glanced up at the sky. He didn't see anything, but he could sense it. There was something different about this world. We're finished. Qin Chuan's face was covered in despair. I haven't even gotten married. The others shook their heads and chuckled. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Someone suddenly asked. What do we do now? All of them gazed at Aman and Yang Yi. Aman hesitated for a moment and replied, we should head to southern Qilin Mountain. There are more powers from the outside world over there. Moreover, based on the information I previously obtained, the organizations there and a few supreme experts have joined forces. I think we should go to them. We'll only be able to survive 6 months if we work together. Once the people outside realize that they're unable to contact us, they will definitely find a way to get to us. Southern Qilin Mountain. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a certain level of status in their group now. It wasn't just his strength, it was also what Yang Yi had done earlier. Obviously, Yang Yi was the strongest amongst them, and if Yang Yi fled himself, he would have definitely been able to escape. After all, it was impossible for the demon beast to stop a sword cultivator who was focused on escaping. However, Yang Yi hadn't fled, and had stayed behind with them. Of course, Yang Yi's strength was the most important aspect. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, then let's go to southern Qilin Mountain. No one had any objections. They immediately set off. For the sake of not attracting attention as they traveled through the boundless mountain range, Yang Yi and the others chose to travel on foot. After all, they would be too visible in midair. Aman spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. Who was that who helped us just now? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and replied, forgive me. The god race's return was too shocking, and it would probably be bad for them if he exposed their presence. Aman nodded slightly, and then she fell silent. Actually, she possessed extensive knowledge, so she's guessed some things. However, she didn't dare say for sure. What she actually cared about was Yang Yi's identity. If Yang Yi was from that race which she had thought of, then it would be a huge problem. They sped up and didn't encounter any trouble all along the way. However, they did encounter many mysterious and powerful auras. Fortunately, the owners of those auras didn't come looking for trouble with them. Otherwise, they would have probably been forced into many terrible battles. A day later, Yang Yi's group finally arrived at southern Qilin Mountain. At this moment, there was a faint barrier of light around the mountain, and there were around 100 flying swords circling the mountain. Besides that, there was a dense expanse of demon beast corpses at the foot of the mountain, and there were human corpses amongst them too. Looks like southern Qilin Mountain was attacked as well. Aman spoke softly. But it seems like they were able to defend themselves. Yang Yi looked up, and his gaze descended onto the flying swords. Every one of them was extraordinary. Aman said, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Aman led them towards the top of the mountain. However, it didn't take long for the flying swords around the mountain to shoot down and surround them. Everyone's expressions turned gloomy at the sight of this. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man and a group of people appeared before them, and their expressions grew even gloomier at the sight of the middle-aged man. Aman spoke in a low voice. You! The middle-aged man was Dire Wolf of the Dire Wolves. They hadn't expected him to be here. Dire Wolf glanced at them and laughed viciously. I didn't expect all of you to survive the attack of so many demon beasts. However, it looks like many of you died. Aman spoke indifferently. Fuck off! Fuck off! Dire Wolf chuckled. Aman, do you know why those demon beasts attack Sky Residence City like that? Aman frowned. Dire Wolf pointed at himself. Because I told the Black Wolves I command to lead those demon beasts there. Unfortunately, I never expected them to fail to annihilate. Dire Wolf had suddenly taken a few steps back. It was because Aman and the others' eyes had turned red with bloodlust. The deaths of over 30 of their brothers had actually been caused by this fellow. You want to kill me? Dire Wolf chuckled. Why don't you try? Aman stared at Dire Wolf but didn't attack. It was because their objective was to seek protection from southern Chilan Mountain, and killing would get them in big trouble. Don't have the balls? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Dire Wolf's mouth. Right, you don't have any balls. Ha! Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly placed his right hand against his forehead, and then he slowly pulled out a sword. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1988, Cultivate. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for a black sword to appear in his grasp. Judgment. Dire Wolf gazed coldly at Yang Yi while ridicule covered the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Aman walked over to Yang Yi's side and grabbed his arm. She shook her head slightly. He's infuriating us on purpose so that we attack him here. Yang Yi nodded. I know. He gazed at Dire Wolf at this point. I know what you're after. Dire Wolf laughed coldly. And? Yang Yi chuckled, and his smile gradually became cold. And it'll fulfill your wish. A ray of light flashed. Burial! After that, the surroundings fell silent. Dire Wolf's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. A crack gradually appeared on his forehead, and it didn't take long for the crack to expand until his stomach. Blood sprayed from Dire Wolf's body. Everyone was stunned on the spot, including Qin Chuan and the others. They knew Yang Yi was very strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. Dire Wolf was a Sea Dao realm expert, but had been annihilated in an instant. How dare you! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from the sky, and then the flying swords around them immediately shot towards Yang Yi's group. Aman and the others were about to counterattack when Yang Yi suddenly waved his hand and stopped them. He took a step forward and glanced at the flying swords before shouting furiously. Fuck off! As soon as he said that, a sword howl resounded from Judgment. In an instant, the swords stopped on the spot before flying backwards. Meanwhile, an old man in linen clothes appeared before them. The old man gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Give me an explanation! An explanation? Yang Yi replied. We want to join Southern Chilan Mountain, the old man asked. That's your reason for killing him? Yang Yi replied. I killed because he deserved death. The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. He joined Southern Chilan Mountain. So he's a member of ours. Yang Yi smiled. We can join too. The old man fell silent for a short while before he said, Not just anyone can join us. Welcome! Suddenly, a voice came from afar. They looked over and saw a young man walking over in their direction. The old man's expression changed slightly when he saw the young man. He was about to say something when the young man immediately went over to Yang Yi and smiled. Welcome! I welcome you on behalf of Southern Chilan Mountain. Please come with me. The young man gestured for them to follow him. Yang Yi and Aman exchanged glances. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man suddenly spoke solemnly. Young master, I recruited them. Oh? The young man chuckled, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Yan Yi was about to speak when the old man spoke once more. Young brother, the northern faction welcomes you and your friends. As for what happened earlier, well, let bygones be bygones. Yan Yi shook his head and gazed at the young man. Well, go with you. A wisp of surprise flashed through the young man's eyes, and then he smiled. You're absolutely welcome. Young brother! Suddenly, the old man spoke in a low voice. You should think some things through. Yan Yi gazed at the old man. I think he's better. So, well, join his side. Of course I am, ha ha ha. The young man roared with laughter and said, Come with me. Just like that, they followed the young man and left swiftly. The old man's face was extremely gloomy. As they traveled, the young man smiled. Brother, what's your name? Yan Yi replied. Yan Yi. The young man smiled. And Mo-Rin Yu. The southern faction of southern Qilin Mountain. Yan Yi gazed at the young man with a bewildered gaze. The southern faction and northern faction? The young man smiled. This place belonged to two people before the unexpected turn of events here. One of them is the northern faction's Wan Qianyu, and the other is my father, Mo Tianxiong. They are the strongest here. Of course, they've always coexisted in peace. Mo-Rin Yu chuckled and continued. However, no one expected this to happen in the dead dimension. So, everyone in southern Qilin Mountain was forced to join forces, but who would be the leader? They wouldn't be willing to accept the other as a leader. So, that's how the northern and southern factions were formed. I see. Yan Yi nodded slightly. He seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. Because they were already in such a situation, but southern Qilin Mountain's forces still hadn't truly united with each other. It would be very dangerous if this went on. We're here! And Mo-Rin Yu pointed into the distance. There was a courtyard there. It wasn't very luxurious, but it was nice. And Mo-Rin Yu said, This is where you'll stay. It's a little simple, so I hope you don't mind. Yan Yi nodded. Thank you. I presume all of you went through a long fight to get here. And Mo-Rin Yu smiled. And you should be very tired. So I won't disturb you further. Farewell. And Mo-Rin Yu cupped his fist and left. Aman asked, What do you think? Yan Yi shook his head slightly. We don't know anything about them for now. However, he does know how to deal with people. Anyway, let's just ignore all of that for now and just see what happens. We can leave if this place isn't good for us. Aman nodded slightly. True. Meanwhile, Yan Yi waved his right hand, and then two immortal crystals appeared before each of them. Heal up first. They didn't refuse it, and they just took them and left. Meanwhile, Aman suddenly said, Let's talk. Yan Yi glanced at her and nodded. In Yang Ye's room. Aman looked him in the eyes. Are you from the god race? The god race. Yan Yi replied. What do you mean? She asked. Are you from it or not? Yan Yi replied with a question. Why do you ask? Aman shook her head slightly. That demon beast which saved us. I saw it in an ancient text, and it's the god race's royal crocodile. I don't know why there's one here, but I know that it only helped us because of you. Yan Yi smiled. I'm not from the god race. She asked. Really? Yan Yi nodded. I really am not. However, I really don't understand why you're so worried. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. How can I not be worried? She spoke indifferently. Those fellows in the world outside won't allow the god race to exist, and they'll kill anyone from the god race that they encounter. Yan Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Aman continued. Don't let anyone know about your relationship with the god race, or you'll be in deep trouble. Yan Yi nodded. I understand. She nodded slightly. You must be tired. Rest well. She left once she finished speaking. Only Yan Yi remained in the room. Yan Yi sat cross-legged on the bed and frowned slightly. Based on what Aman told him, he was able to discern that the enmity between the god race and the other races was absolutely deep. Was it the god race who sealed this dimension? If it was them, why? A string of questions flashed through his mind. In the end, Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. The battle with the demon beast had allowed him to sense that he was at a bottleneck, and he planned to break through it. Even though he was extremely strong now, his cultivation was quite low, and that was disadvantageous to him. Because without a good foundation, his combat strength would still be very limited. Just like earlier. He couldn't swing his sword again after swinging it just now. Besides cultivation, he had one more thing to do, and it was to make Snowy create immortal crystals. The immortal crystals had given away, and those had already used were a total of a few hundred. That was all he had. But if he didn't have more immortal crystals, it would be torture for him in this place. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to find Snowy. Snowy waved her little claw. She was saying that she was tired, very tired. Yang Yi's face darkened. Tell me what your conditions are. Snowy blinked innocently to display that she didn't understand. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. I really need immortal crystals right now, so can you help me make some? Of course, there will be benefits. Snowy's eyes lit up when she heard that there would be benefits. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and smiled. You're getting more and more mischievous. Yang Yi played with Snowy for a while and returned to the cultivation room. He sat down cross-legged and started absorbing spirit energy from the surroundings like a madman. Meditation. Just like that, time trickled by, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Around 2 weeks later, Yang Yi suddenly stood up. In an instant, a wave of energy swept out from him, but it only took a moment for it to vanish without a trace. Huff! Yang Yi let out a light breath of air and opened his eyes. The third stage of the enlightened realm. He was finally at the third stage of the enlightened realm. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned slightly and left the primordial pagoda. A voice came from outside. Brother Yang, are you here? It was Yu Jing's voice. Yang Yi opened the door and asked, What is it? Yu Jing nodded slightly. Qin Chuan has been crippled. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1989. It'll be there for you. Qin Chuan was crippled. Yang Yi frowned. What happened? Yu Jing smiled bitterly. That fellow went to look around the place after he recovered, and then he got into conflict with a woman. In the end, he was crippled. And then they asked for 100 immortal crystals to release him. 100 immortal crystals. Yang Yi's frown grew deeper. Take me there. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point and added. Does Amon know? Yu Jing shook his head. She's in closed-door cultivation. So we didn't notify her. Should we? Yang Yi shook his head. No. Come, let's go have a look. Yu Jing led Yang Yi to a square. It wasn't very large and just occupied an area of about 10 kilometers. There were around 10 arenas scattered in the square. At this moment, many people were gathered here. Or it should be said that two groups were in confrontation. One of them was Mad Saber and the others, and Yang Yi didn't recognize the other group. However, he saw a familiar figure amongst them. It was Qin Chuan's figure. At this moment, he was on his knees, and there was a black chain around his neck. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed that Qin Chuan's arms were hanging on his shoulders. Obviously, their bones were shattered. Besides that, Qin Chuan wasn't kneeling because he wanted to. His kneecaps had been shattered, so he couldn't stand. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, someone chuckled happily from afar. Oh my! The leader is here? Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a young man. The young man's clothes were quite old and worn, and there were many deep scars on his head. Besides that, there was a fine short sword hanging by his waist. Leng Tsang! Yu Jing spoke solemnly by Yang Yi's side. He was an extremely famous fellow in southern Qilin Mountain, and he joined the northern faction. Yang Yi ignored Ling Tsang and just went over to Mad Saber's group. All of them seemed visibly relieved when they saw Yang Yi, and they nodded slightly. Mad Saber was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, "I'm very disappointed." Mad Saber and the others were stunned. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. "I'm really, really disappointed." He pointed at Qin Chuan and continued, "See that? See how he is right now? All of you saw it, but as brothers, why haven't you done anything? Why?" Yang Yi started shouting furiously as he finished speaking. Mad Saber and the others remained silent. Meanwhile, Yu Jing spoke softly. "It's not that we didn't want to, but Qin Chuan is still in their hands, so we dare not act rashly." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Sorry." Mad Saber shook his head. "That isn't necessary. We understand." Yang Yi turned to look at Ling Tsang. There were around 70 people behind Ling Can, and all of them were top-rate experts. As for Yang Yi's group, there were only around 20 plus here. As for the rest, they were still recuperating. "You're their leader?" Ling Tsang sized up Yang Yi and shook his head. "So weak?" Yang Yi ignored Ling Tsang and gazed at Qin Chuan. "Can you speak?" Qin Chuan looked up slowly, cracked a smile, and shook his head. Yang Yi's gaze instantly became icy cold. When Qin Chuan smiled, he noticed that Qin Chuan's tongue was gone. Ling Tsang smiled. "He said something he shouldn't have, so he lost his tongue. What about you? Will you say something you shouldn't? Why waste your breath on him?" Suddenly, a woman by Ling Tsang's side stepped forward and said, "Tell him to hand over 100 immortal crystals to spare this piece of trash's life." 100 immortal crystals? Ling Tsang shook his head. "No, it's 300 now." He looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "It was 100 earlier, but because you ignored me twice, it's 300 now." Mad Saber and the others' faces became gloomy when they heard this. Yang Yi was about to speak when Yu Jing spoke softly. "The conflict arose because Qin Chuan glanced at her, and then she—" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't need to know why it happened. Since I acknowledged him as a friend and brother, then even if he did something wrong, I'll fucking do something wrong with him." Yang Yi turned around and said, "I gave all of you a chance. Since you refuse to do anything, then I'll do it myself." A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light flashed. At the instant Yang Yi vanished, Ling Tsang's expression changed slightly, and he vanished on the spot as well. Bang! Bang! The space here shook violently, and the others here were pushed over 3 kilometers back by a wave of aftershock. The surroundings fell silent after the aftershock dispersed. At this moment, Yang Yi and Ling Tsang were less than 10 m away from each other, and Yang Yi was holding Qin Chuan. The expressions of everyone behind Ling Tsang turned quite unsightly when they witnessed this. Ling Tsang was a Sea Dao realm expert. However, in just one collision, had lost to someone who was just at the 3rd stage of the enlightened realm. Ling Tsang sized up Yang Yi. "I didn't expect myself to have misjudged you. So you're stronger than you look." Yang Yi gazed at Qin Chuan, remained silent for a moment, and then he passed Qin Chuan to Yu Jing before looking up at Ling Tsang. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan suddenly pointed at the woman. Yang Yi gazed at her, and Yu Jing said, "She cut off Qin Chuan's tongue." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Don't worry, she'll suffer the same." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at Ling Tsang. He didn't say another word and just flashed over to Ling Tsang. In an instant, after images of Yang Yi filled the surroundings. Shadow's sword. Ling Tsang's face had a solemn expression on it when Yang Yi's figure vanished, and then he drew the short sword on his waist. He stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into an absolutely fine ray of cold light that shot forward. Hiss! 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 The sound of space being sliced open resounded incessantly, and it was ear-piercing. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Rays of light and afterimages were the only things that could be seen. Many couldn't see Yang Yi and Ling Tsang at all. After engaging Yang Yi in close-quarter combat, Ling Tsang grew increasingly shocked as the battle progressed. Yang Yi's cultivation was much lower than his, but Yang Yi's instinct in combat was too terrifying. Moreover, Yang Yi was extremely ruthless and was always willing to receive injuries in order to inflict them. Bang! Suddenly, Ling Tseng created distance between him and Yang Yi. He held tightly to the short sword while his profound energy surged out madly, and the short sword slowly started to tremble. Yang Yi remained indifferent. He raised his right hand, and a sword appeared above his palm and started spinning rapidly. 3 breaths of time later, both of them vanished simultaneously. Crack! The space in the surroundings cracked open. Meanwhile, a sword could be seen stuck in the left side of Ling Tseng's chest. As for the tip of the sword, it was stabbed into the ground. Just like that, Ling Tseng was stuck to the ground. The surroundings fell silent. Ling Tseng had lost. The woman who'd cut off Qin Chuan's tongue had turned pale, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yi walked over to Ling Tseng. Suddenly, the woman and the others around her moved forward to surround Yang Yi, and Mad Saber's group did the same. Even though Yang Yi's side had lesser people, they weren't any less imposing. Yang Yi ignored them and gazed at Ling Tseng. "Do you know why I haven't killed you?" Ling Tseng looked up at Yang Yi. "We men should resolve our grievances on our own. It has nothing to do with her." "I agree with the first half." Yang Yi grinned, and then he vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for him to return, and he was holding the woman. Meanwhile, Ling Tseng howled with fury and intended to attack, but Yang Yi's foot descended on his chest and stomped him to the ground. Yang Yi looked down at Ling Tseng. "I haven't killed you and her because I want him to do it himself. I think he really wants to do that." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi tossed the woman over to Qin Chuan. At the same time, he kicked Ling Tseng over to Qin Chuan too. "Avenge yourself. It only feels the best when you do it yourself." Suddenly, Ling Tseng howled with fury. "What are all of you still standing there for?" As soon as he shouted, his subordinates intended to attack, but a ray of light flashed. Hiss! Hiss! The heads of 2 experts at the front of the group instantly flew up into the air and blood sprayed out like fountains. Yang Yi glanced at them. "Why don't you try?" The surroundings became absolutely silent. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, and there was seriousness in their eyes, but it was mostly fear. "Let it go!" Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a middle-aged man walked over slowly. Yang Yi gazed at him. "The Northern faction?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Just let this matter go, all right?" Yang Yi pointed at Qin Chuan. "Ask my brother if he agrees." The middle-aged man glanced at Qin Chuan and said, "He's still alive, but he may die if this continues. He won't be the only one either. Everyone behind you might die too. It's not a threat and just facts." "Facts?" Yang Yi chuckled. He gazed at Qin Chuan. "Do what you want. Don't worry about anything. Even if the sky falls, it'll be there for you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1990. Lend me your sword. It'll be there for you. His voice reverberated like a thunderclap and shook their hearts. Mad Saber and the others gazed at Yang Yi, and there were complicated emotions in their gazes. Qin Chuan took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the woman. He was about to do it when laughter came from the side. "Brother Qin, calm down! Calm down!" Everyone looked over and saw Mo Rinyu. Mo Rinyu walked swiftly over to Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, Brother Qin, I'm sorry. I was sent to patrol Cold Wind Ridge, and I just found out about what happened here, so I'm late." Yang Yi shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you." Mo Rinyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Yang, can you spare them?" Yang Yi looked Mo Rinyu in the eyes, and the latter continued. "Brother Yang, Ling Tseng isn't an ordinary person. He's the nephew of the Northern faction's leader, Wan Qianyu. If you kill him, it may cause tension between the Northern faction and Southern faction. But we have other external enemies to deal with, so we can't allow internal strife to occur." I hope you'll prioritize the overall situation here. Yan Yi was about to speak when Qin Chuan suddenly made his stand clear. He shook his head and made Yu Jing help him leave. Qin Chuan had given up on revenge. While he wanted to kill them, he didn't want to drag down his brothers. Suddenly Yang Yi said, "Wait." Qin Chuan stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Mo Rinyu. "Prioritize the situation we are in. I understand. So the northern faction can kill the southern faction as they please, but the southern faction should care about the situation?" Mo Renyu's face fell. "Brother Yang, watch what you say." "What?" Yang Yi chuckled. "It's all the truth. It's what I see right now. Brother Mo, I won't make things difficult for you." He glanced at the surroundings. "From this moment onward, we are leaving the southern factions. Well, leave southern Qilin Mountain." He gazed at Qin Chuan. "Do it if you're a man." Qin Chuan didn't hesitate at all. His recovered arms instantly slapped down against the woman's head. Bang! Her head exploded into bits. Ling Tsung's eyes almost split apart with rage. "No!" Qin Chuan was about to kill Ling Tsung when the middle-aged man suddenly attacked, but Yang Yi attacked at the same time. A few rays of light flashed. Bang! 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 The middle-aged man was blasted back to where he came from, and Qin Chuan had slapped open Ling Tsung's head. The middle-aged man's face fell at the sight of this, and so did Mo Renyu's face. Yan Yi didn't give him face at all. Yan Yi lowered his sword and glanced at the middle-aged man. "If the northern faction wants to play, we'll accompany you until the end." He gazed at Mad Saber. "Notify the others. We're leaving now." Mad Saber didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. "Young brother, that was rash." Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and then a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe appeared here. "Father!" Mo Rinyu hurriedly went over to the middle-aged man. "What are you doing here?" It was the leader of the southern faction, Mo Tianxiong. Mo Tianxiong glanced at Mo Rinyu, and then he shook his head slightly. "I'm very disappointed." Mo Renyu's face instantly turned pale. Mo Tianxiong gazed at the middle-aged man from the northern faction. "I've investigated the sequence of events." He merely took a glance at Ling Tsung's woman, but Ling Tsung ganged up on him and crippled him for that. "Your northern faction is in the wrong for this. You can leave now. I'll deal with Wan Qianyu myself." The middle-aged man didn't dare to say anything. He just glanced coldly at Yang Yi and left. Meanwhile, Mo Tianxiong gazed at Yang Yi. "Since you and your friends have joined my southern faction, then so long as you don't cause trouble, my southern faction will naturally provide you with protection." Yang Yi remained silent. Mo Tianxiong added, "Perhaps you're unaware of it, but southern Qilin Mountain has been surrounded." "Surrounded?" Yang Yi asked. "The demon beasts?" Mo Tianxiong shook his head slightly. "If only it was just them. The true headache is the locals here. They moved all the way here from far away in the south, and their target is southern Qilin Mountain." Yang Yi asked, "The spirit energy here?" Mo Tianxiong replied, "That's only one of the reasons. Do you know that there's a teleportation formation at the bottom of southern Qilin Mountain? It was left behind by the people who lived here a very long time ago, and it leads straight to the outside world. That teleportation formation is actually the real reason why there are spirit veins here. Both these spirit veins were specially left here to keep the teleportation formation running." Yang Yi asked, "Since there's a teleportation formation here, why don't all of you leave?" Mo Tianxiong chuckled. "In the beginning, we wanted to do just that. After all, this place isn't suitable to stay in anymore. However, it failed to work. An even bigger formation has sealed the entire dead dimension." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "An even bigger formation?" Mo Tianxiong looked up at the sky. "An enormous formation. The spatial passageway between the dead dimension and the world outside has been completely sealed off by the formation. So, not to mention leaving, even contacting the outside world is impossible." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "The only way to leave is by making the formation's owner deactivate it, or by possessing the strength to break through the seal. The dead dimension has been sealed off. Yan Yi looked up at the sky. Obviously, the seal on the dead dimension was definitely related to Jir and the god race. Because only they had the ability to accomplish such a thing. Why did they seal off this place? Meanwhile, Emo Tianqiong continued. Young brother, in a situation like this, our best option is to stay closely united with each other. Emo Tianqiong vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Yu Jing suddenly asked. Are we leaving or not? Yang Yi shook his head. Well, stay for now. Right, I need to go somewhere. Yu Jing asked. Do you want us to go with you? Yang Yi shook his head. No. I can do it myself. Just be careful here. The northern faction may not let the matter rest that easily. So, just be careful. Yu Jing nodded slightly. You be careful too. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Chuan. You're all right? Qin Chuan nodded. He was injured, but it was only external, and it wasn't lethal. Yan Yi flicked 10 immortal crystals to Qin Chuan. Heal up! As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. This time Yang Yi's objective was Jir. He wanted to seek her help and see if she would let Qin Chuan and the others leave the dead dimension. Visit Reatal.me for extra chapters. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive where the river had vanished. He didn't hesitate to go down, but it didn't take long for a colossus to obstruct his path. The royal crocodile. Yang Yi glanced at it and said, I want to see Jir. Come in. A voice came from afar. The royal crocodile immediately moved aside but followed Yang Yi while seeming quite hostile to him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive in God Hall, and only Jir was in it. She asked, Do you need something? Yang Yi nodded. Is the seal around the dead dimension you're doing? She nodded. Yes. Why? As expected. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, Can you undo it temporarily? She shook her head. No. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Jir walked over to Yang Yi. There are some things that I can't tell you. I know why you're here, but it carries serious implications. So I can't give you what you want. Yang Yi asked. Can you send us outside? Jir shook her head slightly. I told you, no one can leave this place, at least for now. However, you don't have to worry. You'll be able to leave soon. It won't take very long. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. What are you planning to do? She grinned. Are you sure that you want to know? Yang Yi fell silent. His intuition told him that it was better not to know, or he would face a huge amount of trouble. Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, Want to get to the peak of the enlightened realm? Yang Yi didn't answer her and was slightly vigilant instead. What do you mean? She smiled. If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be able to resist, right? Yang Yi said. Tell me what your conditions are. Smart. Jir smiled. Actually, my condition is very simple. I want you to lend me your sword. Lend you my sword? Yang Yi frowned. Why? I have my reasons. Jir continued. Just for 2 days. They'll give it back to you after then. As compensation, it'll help you ascend to the 5th stage of the enlightened realm. The 5th stage of the enlightened realm. Needless to say, Yang Yi was really tempted. He was at the 3rd stage of the enlightened realm right now, and he was quite a bit away from the 5th stage of the enlightened realm. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least 2 to 3 years of normal cultivation to attain the 5th stage of the enlightened realm. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he withdrew the sword. It has killed many members of the god race. You want? Yang Yi didn't continue. Jir replied indifferently. I wouldn't go so low as to take revenge on a sword. I told you that if it was in the hands of anyone else, I would definitely kill the person and take this sword. But it's in your hands. I want to borrow it from you to find out about something, and it's just that simple. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the sword to her. Jir didn't take the sword and looked towards the side instead. Uncle Guan, I'll leave it to you. A white-robed old man walked over slowly. He went over to Yang Yi and said, "Please come with me." Just like that, Yang Yi left the hall with the old man. Meanwhile, a voice resounded here. "Is it worth it?" Jia closed her eyes slowly. "It's worth it if it's him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1991. Absolute Hell. Yang Yi left the hall with the white-robed old man. Yang Yi asked, "Where are we going?" The old man replied with a question. "How did you meet my master?" Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "By chance." "Why?" The old man shook his head slightly. "I was just curious." As he spoke, he looked towards the distance. There was a strange hall there. It was oval, pitch black, and emanated mysterious light. The old man said, "The Azura Grounds." "The Azura Grounds?" Yang Yi gazed at it. "What do you mean?" The white-robed old man explained. "My god race has many ways to foster geniuses, and the Azura Grounds is one of them, and it's one of the more brutal places." As soon as he finished speaking, they arrived at the hall's entrance. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yang Yi. "The Azura Grounds is also called Purgatory. Master wants me to help you ascend to the 5th stage of the enlightened realm, and do so without causing any side effects. So, I chose Purgatory for you. My method is very simple, and it's to unearth your potential as far as possible. However, it's dangerous, so mentally prepare yourself." Yang Yi gazed at the hall and nodded slightly. "I'm ready." The old man nodded, and then he waved his right hand. In an instant, a blue circle appeared below Yang Yi's feet, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly felt dizzy, but it didn't take long for that feeling to vanish. Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he saw nothing. The surroundings were pitch black. Suddenly, hiss! A gash was torn open on Yang Yi's back, and his figure was blasted away. Yang Yi was visibly stunned when he hit the ground. "What the hell?" Hiss! Meanwhile, Yang Yi's chest suddenly cracked open, and a string of blood sprayed. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression finally changed. Hiss! 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 The sound of air being torn open resounded incessantly while blood sprayed from Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi wasn't able to see his opponent at all. Hiss! Meanwhile, another string of blood sprayed from a new gash on Yang Yi's body. It wasn't that his opponent was holding back, it was that his body was too strong, so while his opponent could cut through his body, it couldn't go deep enough to be lethal. However, if this continued, Yang Yi would definitely die from loss of blood. On the outside, Jia asked softly while standing by the old man's side. "How is he?" The old man fell silent for a moment and replied. "He has quite a bit of problems, and he hasn't tempered himself well enough." He looked in the direction of the hall. "He's a good piece of metal, but there are quite a bit of impurities in him. He can only be called a sword saint if he can remove them." A sword saint? Jia's eyes narrowed slightly. The sword saint was a title in the god race. The god race had a long history, but only few were ever able to become a sword saint. Jia asked. "He has the potential to become one." The old man nodded slightly. "A saint of the sword. His sword is his own. While there are marks of many others in it, the core is still his own. Obviously, he has been guided by an expert. If..." The old man paused for a moment and continued. "If he's willing to discard some things and fully free his sword, then his sword would be even purer and sharper. Then he wouldn't be himself anymore." Jia spoke indifferently. "Do you know how many times I thought of killing him?" The old man asked. "Why?" She replied. "Some things he possesses are even tempting to me. If I obtained them, it would be enormously helpful to me. But I could never convince myself to kill him." The old man asked. "Why?" Jia looked towards the direction of the hall. "His sincerity and loyalty." The old man nodded slightly. "I see. Meanwhile, Jir flicked a small white bottle to the old man. Give this to him later. The old man's expression changed. Master, that's... Jir replied. Since I've chosen not to become enemies with him, then we should do our best to be friends. He's loyal, and he'll remember the kindness we show him. So you don't have to worry about him doing anything that'll be disadvantageous to us. The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. As you wish, master. She nodded slightly and glanced at the surroundings. Uncle Guan, can you deal with that evil treasure for him? The old man spoke solemnly. It's best to leave it alone. She asked. Why? The old man shot a glance behind them and said, It possesses a fully formed intelligence. If we act against it, we'll definitely incur its resentment. It would be fine if we could kill it, but if we can't, the problem we face will be quite serious. Jir asked. Can't we kill it? We can. The old man continued. But we'll have to pay a certain price. Jir asked. What price? Your god race will be exposed. An icy cold voice came from behind her. Jir turned around, and she saw a ball of red light not too far away from her. The ball of red light continued. If destroyed, this place will collapse in an instant. Your god race isn't the same god race that it was all those years ago. If you're exposed prematurely, I'm afraid you'll be instantly obliterated by the other races. How dare you! The white-robed old man waved his right hand, and a ray of white light flashed. Bang! The red ball of light was blasted 3 kilometers away, but countless rays of red light shot up into the air just a moment later. In an instant, the space in a huge area started trembling violently. Stop! A cold shout resounded, and then a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The space and the surroundings gradually returned to normal. The old man intended to attack again, but Jir waved her hand. Forget it! The old man nodded slightly and stopped. Jir gazed at the ball of light. While the god race has suffered a decline in strength, it still has the ability to kill you. Is that so? The ball of red light laughed ferociously. I was born with the universe, and am linked to the quintessence of this universe. Killing me will damage the quintessence of this universe. The god race once stood above the universe, but why don't you try now? See if the spirit of this universe will let you kill me. Jir's eyes narrowed slightly and gradually became icy cold. Meanwhile, the old man shook his head slightly. You're right. While we can't kill you, we can still seal you. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. You want to go down with me? The voice laughed coldly. So long as your god race wants that, it'll accompany you to the end. The old man gazed at Jir, and the latter chuckled abruptly. You want to acknowledge him as your master, kill him, and then use him to perfect yourself, right? The ball of red light spoke coldly. So what if I do? Jir chuckled. Unfortunately, you don't dare to do it. The ball of red light fell silent. Jir spoke indifferently. Allow me to give you a warning. Even the heavens can't survive if it seeks death, let alone you. Don't just look at the benefits and ignore the danger. He possesses the inheritance of the Tao path and weapon path, and he's linked with the karma of 2 supreme experts. Not to mention you, even my god race doesn't dare to rashly kill him. As for you, allow me to be honest, no matter whether if it's the Tao path, weapon path, or those 2 experts, they aren't people you can go against. Is that so? The ball of red light smiled. I must admit that his background isn't ordinary, but do you think him all alone? Jir frowned slightly while the old man's face became quite gloomy. In the azure grounds, Yan Yi was covered in blood. The entire place was pitch black, and blood frequently sprayed from Yan Yi. It wasn't that he refused to dodge them, it was that he couldn't. The things which attacked him were too elusive, so he couldn't dodge them at all. The sword domain. Yan Yi had thought of the sword domain. He could locate them if he used the sword domain, but the old man prohibited him from doing so. He couldn't use it. Yan Yi was very puzzled. However, he listened to the old man and didn't use it. In the darkness, Yan Yi slowly closed his eyes while blood sprayed from time to time. He was trying to sense them. He didn't use his eyes because those fellows in the darkness were far faster than anything his eyes could capture. So, it would be impossible to catch them with his eyes. He had to use his heart, but he still couldn't see anything. His heart couldn't sense anything. Yang Yi was quite lost. Meanwhile, the old man's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. There are 4 types of eyes in the world. The naked eye, the eye of the heart, the eye of the sky. The old man paused for a moment and continued. You've attained the eye of the heart, but that's far from enough. The reason you can't see the evil treasure that follows you is because your vision isn't enough. Yang Yi asked, how do I attain the eye of the sky? It's very simple. The old man continued. Sense the world, control it, and rely on the spirit of everything to be your eyes to see all things. Sense the world! Yang Yi fell silent, while blood still ceaselessly sprayed from him. Time trickled by. A long time later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed towards his left. He grabbed a blood-red claw. Yang Yi pulled and slammed it down. Boom! Something exploded apart in the darkness. Looks like you've comprehended a little. The old man's voice resounded once more in Yang Yi's mind. However, it's only the beginning, and it won't be long before you understand why this place is called Purgatory. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yang Yi saw many blood-red eyes in the darkness. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then a sword appeared in his right grasp. Once you experience Purgatory, your sword will be sharper, more vicious, and crueler. The old man's voice resounded once more. Of course, the precondition is that you're able to leave this place alive. Hiss! As soon as the old man finished speaking, an arm that held a sword flew up into the air. It was Yang Yi's hand. Was a sword cultivator without his hand still a sword cultivator? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1992, Suppressed. Outside the Azure grounds. Jir spoke softly. He may not be able to handle it. The old man fell silent for a moment and replied. He can choose to give up. She gazed at the old man. The old man spoke softly. Master, which supreme expert has not gone through hell? Comfort and ordinary life is for the weak. Why are the strong strong? How can they become strong without experiencing difficulties and hell? She remained silent. The old man added, Do you know the greatest difference between him and a sword saint? Jir gazed at the old man, and the latter explained. A sword saint is still a sword saint even without the sword. Not to mention losing the sword, even if they lose their arms, they're still extraordinary sword saints. He gazed at the azure grounds and continued. So long as sword cultivators have the sword in their hearts, they themselves will be a sword. Jia looked up at the azure grounds and fell silent. In the azure grounds, Yang Yi's arms had vanished, and he had no choice but to keep dodging. This time, he truly sensed death. Especially the claw mark on his throat. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, it would have torn out his throat. These things that were attacking him were far stronger than ordinary Si Dao realm experts. Now that he had no hands, the situation was very worrying. He felt powerless. Yang Yi hadn't felt like this for an absolutely long time. In the past, he had his sword in his hands. Even if he was no match for his enemies, he never felt so powerful, and he would fight until the bitter end. Yet now, had lost his hands, and it made Yang Yi feel extremely powerless. This sort of feeling wasn't just related to his strength, and it was something he felt inside as well. He was showing signs of accepting his fate. Yang Yi suddenly woke up from it when he sensed that thought. Yang Yi was shocked to realize that he actually had thought about accepting his fate. Accepting his fate was equivalent to giving up. Yang Yi had never imagined that he would actually have such a thought in a hopeless situation. While it was just a thought, it allowed him to realize that his mental state had a huge flaw. The strong never gave up. More and more injuries appeared on him. Even with the speed at which the primordial pagoda healed him, he wasn't able to heal himself. If this continued, he would die within the hour. What should I do? Yang Yi tried his best to calm down. Energy swords. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart. In an instant, 10 energy swords appeared around him, and then they formed a huge sword formation that surrounded him. Now that he had the sword formation to protect him, the number of injuries he suffered had declined tremendously. Counterattack. Yang Yi knew that if he just defended himself like this, then he would have no chance of surviving this. He had to seize the initiative. Outside the Azura grounds, the old man suddenly said, "His mental strength isn't bad," Jir said. "He won't be able to hold on for much longer." The old man spoke indifferently. "There are some things that he must experience for himself and comprehend. Only then will they be effective. If he doesn't experience it and comprehend it himself, and I tell him instead, then it would be useless. That's how the path of cultivation works. At most times, you either become a god or a dead spirit." Jir asked, "Do you think he can succeed?" The old man gazed at the Azura grounds and replied softly, "Who knows?" In the Azura grounds, the energy swords around Yang Yi were growing fewer and fewer, and Yang Yi was seated cross-legged on the ground. The energy swords around him gradually vanished, and it didn't take long for a claw to descend upon his head. If it struck him, then it was obvious that Yang Yi's head would be clawed open. Suddenly Yang Yi opened his eyes. Swish! 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 The sound of air being torn apart resounded, and something in the surroundings was being torn apart too. If someone was here, that person would notice that a ray of light was moving nimbly like a venomous snake, and it was ceaselessly flashing through the darkness. Outside the Azura grounds, Jir said, "He did it!" The old man nodded. "But it's only the beginning." In the Azura grounds, if someone was here, that person would notice that there was a sword on Yang Yi. An ethereal sword had overlapped with Yang Yi. Sword and man had overlapped. In the pitch-black Azura grounds, a ray of light was flashing incessantly. Just like that, it flashed for around an hour before it stopped. It dispersed, and Yang Yi descended to the ground. At the same time, the ethereal sword could still be seen within him. Yang Yi sat weakly on the ground while his countenance was extremely pale. He was exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. Not just exhausted physically, but mentally too. At the moment he was about to die, he suddenly had a thought in his mind. Was a sword cultivator not a sword cultivator without a sword? The answer was naturally a no. So long as a sword cultivator had the sword in their hearts, having a sword in hand wasn't important at all. Once he thought of that, he was instantly enlightened. Coupled with the thousands of sword techniques had studied in the past, had gained a flash of inspiration, and he made himself a sword. He was the sword. Since there was no sword in his hand, he became the sword. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Once he treated himself as a sword, Yang Yi noticed a brand new world in the sword Tao. He was a sword. That was a new discovery for him. It was a new gain. Yang Yi himself wasn't able to explain this new discovery of his because he hadn't comprehended it fully. Actually, it wasn't difficult for him to accomplish this, because his attainments in the sword Tao weren't weak at all. Conversely, it was very great. Especially after he studied the 6 slaughters of the weapon Tao and those 10,000 sword techniques, his attainments in the sword Tao had reached a new height. He hadn't accomplished this in the past because had never thought in this direction. But after he lost his arms and couldn't hold a sword, this thought finally appeared in his mind. Was a sword cultivator without a sword not a sword cultivator anymore? A truly powerful sword cultivator could use anything as a sword, and if there was nothing to use, they could use themselves. Besides that, Yang Yi had gained one other thing, and it was that he felt like something was changing within him. He felt like he was about to advance. Sure enough, a true life and death battle was the best for stimulating a person's potential. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and issued a command in his heart. 4 swords instantly appeared around him, and they circled him. While there was no movement around him for now, Yan Yi didn't dare let his guard down. Everything he experienced earlier told him that the slightest carelessness may cause his death in this place. Around 2 hours later, Yan Yi's arms regrew with the help of the primordial pagoda, and his injuries were almost fully healed. Suddenly the old man, Uncle Guan, appeared in front of him. Yan Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the old man. The latter nodded slightly. "Looks like you've gained quite a bit," Yan Yi replied. "Thank you." The old man shook his head slightly. "It's your own hard work. Do you know, countless youths of my god race have come to this place, and all of them are top-rate geniuses in the outside world. However, at least 90% of them perished here. Do you know why?" Yan Yi shook his head. The old man smiled. "Actually, many people, and even you from a while before this, all of you geniuses have a problem, and it's that you're too confident. You think that there's no problem in your mental state, and you think that you're very strong. Actually, to be honest, all of you think too much of yourselves." Yan Yi didn't know what to say. Uncle Guan continued. "Who dares to say their mental state is perfect? If such a person exists, it's because that person hasn't encountered anything that's capable of revealing the flaws in his or her mental state. Just what happened to you just now. Death isn't terrifying, but the torture while waiting for death to arrive is truly terrifying. Fortunately, you overcame it. Congratulations." Yan Yi smiled. "Thank you for your guidance." Uncle Guan nodded slightly, and then he withdrew a white jade bottle. He opened it, and a blood-red pearl floated out from it. Yan Yi was puzzled. "What's that?" Uncle Guan spoke softly. "God blood." "God blood?" There was bewilderment in Yan Yi's eyes. Uncle Guan nodded slightly. "Lord Shutian's blood." He flicked forward, and it entered Yan Yi's forehead. In an instant, Yan Yi's body started trembling violently. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan walked over to Yan Yi. "It contains extremely pure energy. If you're able to fully absorb it, then not only your cultivation, even your body will be improved tremendously." He paused for a moment and continued. "The reason I made you fall into such a hopeless situation wasn't just so that I could force out your potential, there was another reason. It was because I hoped to make you fall into an absolutely exhausted state, just like the state you're currently in." Yan Yi's body was trembling more and more violently. It didn't take long for his clothes to explode apart. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his skin was actually gradually vanishing. Uncle Guan added, "God blood will change your skin, meridians, bones, and blood. Of course, you'll still be the same person." Just like that, Yan Yi's skin vanished and grew once more. But this time, his skin had turned quite delicate and white. After that, Yan Yi noticed that the meridians and bones within him were starting to transform. Time trickled by, and his bones and meridians had been transformed. Now, it was time for his blood. However, something unexpected occurred. As soon as that droplet of blood entered Yan Yi's blood with the intention of changing it, the tiny vortex within Yan Yi suddenly spun. In an instant, everything stopped. Uncle Guan's eyes opened wide. The god blood is being suppressed. How can this be possible? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1993, Yan Yi's Bloodline. Suppressed. After the tiny vortex started spinning, the god blood was instantly suppressed and couldn't melt away Yan Yi's own bloodline. Uncle Guan frowned. "What's going on?" Meanwhile, Jir appeared beside Uncle Guan. Uncle Guan gazed at her with a puzzled expression in his eyes. God blood was the bloodline of the god race, and while it couldn't be considered to be the best in the large universe, it was absolutely capable of being ranked in the top 3 bloodlines. However, he hadn't expected it to actually be suppressed. It was inconceivable. Uncle Guan was absolutely stunned. Jir gazed at Yan Yi for a long time and said, There are only two reasons why it could be suppressed. 1. His own bloodline is stronger than our god race's bloodline. 2. His potential is too weak, so the god blood is rejecting him and is forcefully refusing to merge with him. Uncle Guan gazed at Yang Yi. How could his bloodline be better than our god race's bloodline? Jia closed her eyes slowly. She knew that Yang Yi had a treasure in him, and it would only allow things that were beneficial to Yang Yi. Since it refused to let the god blood change Yang Yi's bloodline, it represented that as far as that treasure was concerned, Yang Yi's bloodline was better. Even though Yang Yi was an extraordinary genius and was extremely strong amongst his peers, based on how it was right now, there really wasn't anything special about Yang Yi's bloodline. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan flicked his finger, and a droplet of blood shot out from Yang Yi's forehead. Uncle Guan sized up the blood, and then his expression gradually became solemn. They exchanged glances, and then Uncle Guan spoke solemnly. I see. His bloodline was suppressed by someone. Yang Yi asked. What's his bloodline? Uncle Guan fell silent for a long time before he shook his head. I've never seen it. Jia frowned. She gazed at Yang Yi. Looks like his background isn't ordinary at all. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan suddenly chuckled. It isn't just his background, he himself isn't ordinary at all. And sure you're aware that when someone attains a certain level of strength, that person's bloodline can undergo a transformation, just like Lord Shutian. As for him, his own clan's bloodline isn't ordinary, and his own bloodline is even more extraordinary. His own bloodline? Jia gazed at Yang Yi. A short while passed before she nodded slightly. I see. Uncle Guan added. The most interesting part is that his own bloodline is slowly transforming too. His own bloodline, his clan's bloodline, his past bloodline. His bloodline is advancing over and over again, and changing over and over again. He's a truly interesting little fellow. A smile curled up on the corners of Jia's mouth. It's truly interesting indeed. Both of them gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. Around an hour later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. He immediately stood up and inspected his cultivation. He was still at the third stage of the enlightened realm. Yang Yi gazed at them with confusion in his eyes. Uncle Guan grinned. Sense it carefully once more. See if you notice anything different. Yang Yi scanned himself again. It didn't take long for him to notice that his body was actually filled with strength, and he felt like a river was surging through him. Yang Yi gazed at Uncle Guan with a puzzled gaze. What is this? Uncle Guan smiled. While you're just at the third stage of the enlightened realm right now, you can attain the fifth stage of the enlightened realm at any time. However, I have a small suggestion. Just leave your cultivation like this. If you encounter a powerful enemy in the future, then raise your cultivation to the fifth stage at the critical moment, and you'll definitely be able to give that person a terribly pleasant surprise. How cunning! The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. This old man's really cunning. But I like it. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan added, besides that, take a look at your body. Yang Yi scanned his body. At this moment, his physical body was much different than it had been. Uncle Guan explained, ordinary Dao realm experts can't harm you at all now. Even attained Dao realm experts will probably have a huge headache when facing your physical defenses. Of course, it's best if you don't underestimate your opponents. There's never a lack of geniuses in this world. Of course. Yang Yi smiled. Because Head killed many people who were stronger than him. Underestimating one's enemy was equivalent to asking for death. Uncle Guan nodded slightly. Then let's start the next part of your tempering. Yang Yi gazed at Uncle Guan with astonishment. We're still training more? Uncle Guan glanced at the surroundings. You must get through the Azura grounds on your own. Kid, this is just the beginning. Enjoy your training in hell. Uncle Guan vanished on the spot. Jia sized up Yang Yi and said, Come back alive or your sword is mine. She vanished once she finished speaking. The Azura grounds! Yang Yi took a deep breath and glanced at the surroundings. It was completely pitch black. He couldn't see anything, even if head comprehended the laws of darkness. Suddenly, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. OM! A sword howl resounded, and then 10 energy swords appeared around Yang Yi. They circled him while rays of light intertwined around him. It was terrifying. At the same time, an ethereal sword overlapped with Yang Yi's body. He was a sword. Yang Yi started walking forward, and it didn't take long for a pair of blood-red eyes to suddenly appear in front of him. Swish! 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 Pairs of blood-red eyes shot at him from all directions. Yang Yi's gaze gradually turned icy cold. He issued a command in his heart, and then energy swords around him suddenly transformed into rays of light that shot forward. At the same time, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distance. Burial! It was the first time Yang Yi executed this sword technique after treating himself as a sword. He was executing it with him as the sword. Yang Yi didn't know how strong it would be, and he just wanted to try it. However, trying it opened another new door to Yang Yi. Everywhere the ray of light passed, pair after pair of blood-red eyes were sliced into pieces. At the same time, the space in the entire Azure grounds cracked open. Outside the Azure grounds, Uncle Guan chuckled. That attack is quite interesting indeed. Jia nodded slightly. His sword Dao has grown stronger. In the Azure grounds, a ray of light flashed incessantly through the darkness, and 10 energy swords closely defended the ray of light. The energy swords were linked together by sword energy, causing the blood-red eyes in the surroundings to be unable to get close to Yang Yi at all. Nothing could stop his advance. Everywhere the ray of light passed, everything was obliterated. However, the pitch-black darkness in the Azure grounds seemed boundless, and no matter how Yang Yi charged forward, the area ahead was still covered in darkness. Outside the Azure grounds, Uncle Guan suddenly said, It's about time to send some stronger opponents for him. He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. The scene in the Azure grounds suddenly changed, and then Yang Yi appeared on a round platform. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it was completely hazy. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of him. The black shadow was completely pitch black. Yang Yi couldn't see the shadow's face at all, and he could only see an outline. Swish! The shadow suddenly vanished on the spot, and it was in front of Yang Yi when it appeared once more. At the same time, a sword stabbed into Yang Yi's forehead before he could even react. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Blood seeped out. Fortunately, Yang Yi had reacted when it stabbed into his skin. He grabbed it with his left hand and immobilized it. It's fast! Yang Yi exclaimed in his heart. Suddenly, the shadow before him vanished. An instant later, Yang Yi's sword vanished from his grasp, and then his pupils constricted. He instinctively moved his head backwards, and a sword flashed past his throat. Hiss! Blood seeped out slightly from his throat. Meanwhile, Yang Yi moved around 30 m back. However, as soon as he stopped there, the black shadow suddenly appeared before him, and then a sword stabbed at his forehead. It was extremely swift. So swift that Yang Yi couldn't even react. Hiss! Yang Yi was only able to react after the sword stabbed into his skin, and Yang Yi flashed backwards. However, the shadow followed him like it was his own shadow, and rays of light flickered incessantly. Hiss! 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 Strings of blood sprayed from Yang Yi. Yang Yi couldn't dodge any of the attacks, and all he could do was dodge and defend himself at the critical moment, and that was the only reason why he hadn't been killed until now. However, he was being utterly suppressed. The sword domain. Yang Yi activated the sword domain. As soon as he did that, he was able to catch the movements of the black shadow. At the same time, the shadow's speed was suppressed. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack, a wave of mysterious energy appeared. The sword domain. Another sword domain had appeared here. 2 sword domains overlapped on each other. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. That black shadow is formed based on you. Suddenly, Uncle Guan's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. He's you, So if you suppress him with the sword domain, he'll use the sword domain to suppress you too. He's me? Yan Yi gazed at the black shadow. Why is he faster than me? Uncle Guan replied with a question. Do you really think he's faster than you? Yan Yi fell silent. The black shadow was him, yet it was faster than him? Obviously, that was impossible. So, there was only one explanation, and it was that he hadn't fully utilized his speed, or perhaps he wasn't using his full strength. My full strength. Yan Yi was instantly enlightened when he thought up to this point. Yan Yi deactivated the sword domain, and so did the black shadow. A moment later, 2 rays of light flashed. Hiss! Hiss! Something was sliced open. A breath of time later, Yan Yi lowered his sword, and the black shadow slowly dispersed before him. Yan Yi grinned. A fake is nothing more than a fake. Suddenly, 2 black shadows appeared not too far away from him. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, it really isn't that easy. Around 15 minutes later, both black shadows were killed. However, it didn't take long for 3 black shadows to appear before Yan Yi, then 4. Then 5. 6. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1994, Besieged. Just like that, more and more shadows appeared. 2 hours later, Yan Yi was fighting 12 of them. However, Yan Yi found it getting more and more difficult to persist in such battles. Outside the Azura grounds, Jir spoke softly. What's his limit? Uncle Guan pondered deeply for a moment and said, 20. Jir had a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes. If he really can fight 20, then his natural talent is sufficient to be entered amongst the famous geniuses of our race. Uncle Guan nodded. He's worthy of it. Jir gazed at the Azure grounds. Unfortunately, he isn't a part of our race. Uncle Guan fell silent. In the Azure grounds, there were 20 shadows around Yan Yi, and all of them were images of himself. Defend! Yan Yi had adopted a defensive stance, and he only responded to their attacks. Because if he tried to attack, they would rain down a storm of attacks upon him. He wasn't able to defend himself against something like that. But he was in an absolutely passive position. When facing the joint forces of 20 people, Yan Yi had no chance to counterattack at all. However, they weren't able to get through his defenses as well. So, they entered into a stalemate. Suddenly, Uncle Guan appeared on the platform. He waved his right hand, and the shadows vanished. Yan Yi sighed with relief and sat on the ground. Exhaustion. He was exhausted. It felt like he'd been bashed up for days, and his entire body was covered in injuries. Uncle Guan walked over to Yan Yi. What have you learned? Yan Yi gazed at Uncle Guan and was panting. Let me rest for a while. Uncle Guan grinned. All right. Around an hour later, Yan Yi had finished recuperating. Yan Yi gazed at Uncle Guan. Can you fight 20 of your own shadows? Uncle Guan shook his head. Those shadows are just copies in the end. So, how can they possess the true combat strength of the actual person? Of course, they aren't much weaker either. They possess around 80% of your strength. In the beginning, the reason it suppressed you was because you underestimated yourself and didn't use everything you had. Uncle Guan smiled and continued. Actually, this test's objective is to make you understand 2 things. Firstly, always use your full strength and never underestimate yourself. Secondly, it's so you understand the importance of going on the defensive. Yan Yi frowned. Defense? Uncle Guan nodded. Your sword Dao is too unyielding, and the way you fight is too aggressive. Of course, it makes your sword extremely sharp and fierce, but have you not noticed? When you're unable to kill your opponent swiftly, or when your opponent is even more aggressive, what should you do then? Yan Yi fell silent. His sword always moved forward and never backwards. Uncle Guan explained. There are 2 sides to everything. Your sword is too aggressive, and while that isn't wrong, why can't you learn to take a step back or go on the defensive? You'll only grow stronger if you can do both. What do you think? Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Uncle Guan added, just like the fight from before. When you were attacked by 20 people, you couldn't attack, so what else could you do but defend yourself? Regardless of whether it's the sword Dao or any other Dao, there's both attack and defense. Just like all things in the world, there's destruction, but there's also new life. Understand? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and nodded. I understand. Uncle Guan grinned, waved his right hand, and they left the Azure grounds. Meanwhile, Jia walked over to Yang Yi and flicked a sword to Yang Yi. It was the sword supreme. Jia said, Promise me something. Yang Yi gazed at her and she said, Don't let it get the blood of my god race on it anymore. Yang Yi took the sword. I want pointed at the god race while it's in my hands. Jia smiled. Then don't let it fall into the hands of another. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he cupped his fist to them. Thank you. Uncle Guan smiled and didn't say anything. Jia said, My god race will be leaving this place soon. Once we do, the seal here will vanish. At that time, you can leave this world, you must leave this world. Why? Yang Yi was quite curious because she said that he must leave. Jia explained. Because this world will collapse. It's not my god race's doing, it's because this world was already at the verge of collapse. One of the reasons my god race sealed this place was to delay the speed it collapsed at. If we didn't seal this world, it wouldn't even exist now. I see. Yang Yi nodded and asked, Then where will you be going? Jia smiled. Back to our home. Yang Yi asked, What about the other races? Jia shook her head slightly. They aren't the same united races anymore, and we won't go to war with them. Of course, chaos will descend very soon. This chaos won't just extend to all the races, it'll extend to the weapon path, Tao path, Confucianist path, Buddhist path, and many other hidden powers. She chuckled. The conflict between them has reached a breaking point. In short, good luck. Yang Yi nodded. No matter what, thank you for today. Jia Sr., farewell. Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and vanished on the spot. That kid isn't bad. Uncle Guan suddenly said. I finally know why you didn't kill him. Jia closed her eyes slowly. Unfortunately, he isn't a member of our race. Otherwise, the speed our race rises up at would improve tremendously. Uncle Guan nodded slightly. It's quite a pity indeed. However, we'll still rise up since we have you, and we'll make the other races tremble before us. Jia's gaze gradually became icy cold. The other races. Yang Yi met the royal crocodile again on his way out. This time, it merely glanced at him and displayed no hostility towards him. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he vanished into the distance. Once Yang Yi vanished, a woman in a white dress suddenly appeared on the royal crocodile's back. She looked in the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards and seemed to be lost in thought. In the clouds, Yang Yi shot forward swiftly on his sword. Suddenly, he stopped and looked down. There were many demon beasts dashing through the boundless mountain range, and they were heading in the direction of southern Qilin Mountain. Besides the demon beasts, Yang Yi saw many other human experts, and many had concealed yet powerful auras. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. All of them were traveling towards southern Qilin Mountain. It was the hope of all the people in the dead dimension, their hope to escape. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and spoke softly. The world here is about to change. Yang Yi didn't stay, and he sped up instead. It didn't take long for him to return to the foot of southern Qilin Mountain, and it was surrounded by a dense ocean of demon beasts. The army of demon beasts had fully surrounded the mountain. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed the figures of humans amongst them. Obviously, the locals of the dead dimension had joined forces with the demon beasts. Southern Qilin Mountain was in danger. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he snuck up the mountain. At this moment, Aman and the others were gathered together. They nodded when they saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Chuan. Are you all right? Qin Chuan shrugged and smiled. I've fully recovered. Yang Yi smiled. Congratulations. Qin Chuan grinned. He glanced at Yang Yi. You seem to have changed a little. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi, and Ling suddenly said, You've grown stronger again. He has grown stronger again. All of them had quite strange expressions on their faces. Because the rate Yang Yi grew at was too terrifying. Yang Yi smiled and said, What were all of you discussing? Aman pointed at a chair. Yang Yi went over and sat down. Meanwhile, Aman said, Southern Qilin Mountain probably won't last. All of their faces fell when they heard this. Southern Qilin Mountain could be considered the last sanctuary for outsiders like them. If they failed to defend it, the consequence would be being hunted endlessly. As for the worst outcome, it would naturally be being buried along with Southern Qilin Mountain. Aman gazed at Yang Yi. What is your opinion? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. We must leave the dead dimension. He hadn't forgotten what Jir told him. The dead dimension was on the verge of collapse. Aman asked, How? Yang Yi stood up. According to my knowledge, the seal here will vanish in around a month from now. That'll be the time we leave. Aman asked, Is your information reliable? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan laughed bitterly. Around a month? Even holding on for 3 days is an issue for us. Yang Yi fell silent. Based on the current situation, once the demon beasts attacked, then it would end exactly as Qin Chuan feared. Not to mention a month, even 3 days would be difficult. All of them fell silent. Suddenly, Aman said, If everyone here can work together, then we actually have a chance. Unfortunately, they refuse to unite, and many have started to plan their own escape. She glanced at the others, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Everyone here is someone I can trust, so tell me what all of you think. Shall we stay or flee together? Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. Right when he was about to speak, furious howls resounded from the demon beasts that surrounded the mountain. Aman spoke solemnly. They're attacking! Southern Qilin Mountain. Countless demon beasts surged towards the mountain. The entire mountain shook before them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1995. Retreat. Yang Yi and the others went to the edge of the mountain's peak, and they could see everything down below. At this moment, an endless ocean of demon beasts were surging towards Southern Qilin Mountain, and the sight of this dense ocean of demon beasts caused a chill to run down their spines. There were too many of them. Activate the formation! Suddenly, a voice resounded from above the mountain, and then numerous flying swords appeared in the sky above the mountain. After that, these swords transformed into rays of light that shot towards the demon beasts on the ground below. They rained down like a storm, and then howls of pain resounded once they entered the ocean of demon beasts. While the flying swords were powerful, they were far from sufficient when facing the boundless expanse of demon beasts. Aman suddenly said, We won't be able to defend the mountain. Yang Yi nodded slightly. It was really impossible to defend Southern Qilin Mountain. Even if everyone here formed a united front, they still had no chance. Those demon beasts were much more united. Suddenly, an old man appeared before Yang Yi's group. The old man said, Mr. Mo requests your presence. Mr. Mo was the leader of the southern faction, Mo Tianqiong. Yang Yi and the others exchanged glances, and then Yang Yi said, Let's go. They followed the old man to Southern Qilin Hall at the top of the mountain. Around 300 people were gathered here, and they were all top-rate experts. The meeting was led by 2 middle-aged men. One of them was Mo Tianqiong, and not too far away on his right was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He was the leader of the northern faction, Wan Qianyu. At this moment, everyone in the hall had an extremely solemn expression on their face. Mo Tianqiong nodded slightly when he saw Yang Yi's group arrive, and he said, Everyone, based on our estimations, if this continues, then we won't be able to defend southern Qilin Mountain. Actually, all of them had expected this. But now that Mo Tianqiong had openly admitted it, they had quite complicated emotions in their hearts. Meanwhile, Mo Tianqiong said, "While we can't defend the mountain, it doesn't mean that we have no hope. I'm sure you're aware of what their main objective is. It's actually the teleportation formation here and not us. So, we've decided to abandon southern Qilin Mountain and retreat." Retreat! Everyone had come to the same conclusion. Mo Tianqiong said, "Everyone, fate brought us together here, yet now, that fate is over. The dead dimension is about to fall into chaos. So, your fate is in your own hands." Someone asked, "When are we leaving?" Mo Tianqiong replied, "Southern Qilin Mountain's formation can last for at least 3 days, so we'll leave on the day after tomorrow." Right, the spirit veins at the top and bottom of the mountain are open to all of you now. Many immortal crystals still remain in there, so you can spend the next 2 days searching for them. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Mo. Someone praised. Many others nodded and praised as well. Mo Tianqiong grinned. Good luck, everyone. It only took a short while for everyone to disperse, and they rushed to the spirit veins. All of them wanted to gain a little before leaving. Immortal crystals! A few more immortal crystals represented a larger chance at survival. As for Yang Ye's group, they returned to their room. In the room, Qin Chuan spoke abruptly. Aren't we going to get some immortal crystals? Aman gazed at him and shook her head. Why? Qin Chuan gazed at her with a puzzled expression on his face. Big sis, the way you're looking at me makes me feel really uncomfortable. Aman said. Haven't you noticed anything off about all of this? Qin Chuan was puzzled. Something's off? Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, Do you really think Mo Tianqiong would be that nice? Qin Chuan's face fell. You're saying that they're planning something? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. However, we must be careful. Besides that, we won't be waiting until tomorrow. We'll leave tonight. Someone asked. Why? Yang Yi replied. We have enough immortal crystals, so staying is just a waste of time. So, get prepared. We'll be leaving late at night. All of them had no objection towards this. Yang Yi returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. He refused to waste even a bit of time that could be used for cultivating. His cultivation was at a bottleneck, so it was pointless to continue cultivating in that aspect. This time, Yang Yi planned to cultivate in the sword fusion had just comprehended. He was the sword, and the sword was him. Countless sword cultivators had heard such a thing, but it was absolutely difficult to truly accomplish. Had once treated the sword as part of himself, but he hadn't reached the state of treating himself as the sword itself. Now had accomplished that. However, he had many other things to figure out. Since he didn't have anyone to guide him, he had to rely on himself and slowly discover a lot of things. Just like that, time trickled by, and it was late at night. Aman arrived in Yang Ye's room. Yang Yi asked, Is everyone ready? Aman nodded slightly. They're all ready. However, where will we be heading? Do you have a plan? Yang Yi stood up and said, There's a plain behind southern Qilin Mountain, and we can't go there. Because once the demon beasts chase us there, we'll definitely be unable to escape them. Then we can only go towards the left of southern Qilin Mountain. Aman spoke solemnly. The ocean is over 50,000 kilometers away in that direction. It should be quite safe. Yang Yi shook his head. We're going towards the right. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The right? Aman frowned. It's an expanse of boundless mountains there. Demon beasts have a huge advantage there. Yang Yi replied. Do the opposite. Don't forget that there are humans amongst the demon beasts. If they want to pursue outsiders like us, they'll choose the left first. So, it's better to take a risk and head right. The mountain range is more dangerous than the plains behind southern Qilin Mountain, and there are absolutely few who'll be going that way. The fewer there are, the smaller the target will be, and that's much more beneficial to us. Aman fell silent for a long time, and then she said, "Perhaps the demon beasts won't pursue us?" Yang Yi replied, "They definitely will." Aman was puzzled. "Why?" Yang Yi explained, "Greed. If the people in southern Qilin Mountain didn't touch the spirit veins and take the immortal crystals before leaving, then maybe they wouldn't chase after us. However, there probably won't be a single immortal crystal left here by tomorrow. At that time, once the demon beasts realize that they can't leave this place immediately, they'll definitely direct their rage towards us outsiders." Aman fell silent for a long time before she said, "All right, well, go towards the right." Once they left the room, they saw Qin Chuan and the others waiting outside. The flying swords were still howling down below the mountain, and it was accompanied by the howls of countless demon beasts. Yang Yi glanced at the others and said, "Let's go." It didn't take long for them to sneak out of southern Qilin Mountain. If it was at any other time, it would be absolutely impossible to sneak out of southern Qilin Mountain, yet now, everyone here was madly searching for immortal crystals, so how could anyone have the time to pay attention to anything else? Right after they left southern Qilin Mountain and planned to flee, a huge explosion suddenly resounded from southern Qilin Mountain. Yang Yi and the others shot a glance back at southern Qilin Mountain, and they watched with astonishment as the barrier of light above the mountain and the flying swords gradually vanished. After they vanished, there was nothing standing before the demon beasts and southern Qilin Mountain, and all of them charged up the mountain. Qin Chuan asked, "What's going on?" Yang Yi said, "I see. If I'm not wrong, Mo Tianxiong and the others have left southern Qilin Mountain. As for the people left here, they're sacrifices." "Sacrifices?" Qin Chuan continued, "You're saying that what they spoke about in the hall earlier was all a lie, and they intentionally made these people stay?" Yang Yi nodded. He expected that these demon beasts wouldn't spare all of us outsiders. Under such circumstances, the only way to retreat safely is to make some people stay in southern Qilin Mountain and delay the demon beasts. As for how to make them stay, there's only a single way to accomplish that: immortal crystals. Yang Yi looked up at southern Qilin Mountain. All of them wanted to gain some immortal crystals before leaving, but they never realized that it was a trap someone laid out for them. At this moment, the sound of battle could be heard coming from southern Qilin Mountain. The demon beasts had ascended the mountain, and only now did the humans there realize what was going on. They wanted to fly, but they realized that there was nowhere to escape. There was a dense ocean of demon beasts on the ground and in the air. They'd completely covered southern Qilin Mountain to the point that there was no gap in them. The only way to live was to fight their way out. The situation on southern Qilin Mountain was horrifying. Meanwhile, a few groups had already snuck out of the mountain. Yang Yi's group entered the boundless mountain range. At this moment, their goal was to escape southern Qilin Mountain and survive until the seal around the dead dimension vanished. They headed all the way north. The sun gradually appeared on the horizon. Meanwhile, all of them stopped because they'd passed through the mountain range and arrived at an expanse of crimson ground. It was an expanse of crimson ground that emanated strange red vapors. Qin Chuan spoke softly. "There's something off about this place." Yang Yi gazed at Aman. "What is this place?" Aman shook her head. "I don't know. The furthest I've been from Sky Residence City was southern Qilin Mountain." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. "Let's just take this one step at a time. Be careful." All of them headed forward. Yang Yi suddenly stopped around 15 minutes later. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. "It has been so long since someone alive has come here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1996. Who said that? All of them were shocked, and they saw a hunched old man walking slowly in their direction. Vigilance covered their faces. Meanwhile, the old man stopped, scanned them, and shook his head. Yang Yi and Aman exchanged glances, and then Yang Yi said, Senior, may I know what this place is? The old man gazed at Yang Yi, and then a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. Interesting. Yang Yi was about to speak when the old man asked, Do you know what this place is? Yang Yi shook his head. The old man grinned. You'll find out soon. His grin was quite terrifying. Yang Yi's profound energy started to circulate within him. Suddenly, numerous souls appeared all around them. There were hundreds of them. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then the souls in the surroundings stopped on the spot. Yang Yi took a step forward and looked the old man in the eye. We're merely passing through and have no ill intent. Well, take another way if this way isn't open to us. The old man chuckled. It's too late. As soon as he said those words, the souls in the surroundings pounced at Yang Yi's group. Swoosh! 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 Meanwhile, 10 rays of light flashed, and they sliced down at the souls. However, Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that they remained completely unharmed before his sword energy. What's going on? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, those souls had arrived before his group. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think and immediately summoned the Sword Supreme. After that, he swung it forward. Hiss! 2 souls in front of Yang Yi were instantly obliterated. It works! Yang Yi was relieved. He swiftly waved his sword, and the souls around him instantly vanished. Watch out! Aman's voice resounded abruptly. As soon as she finished speaking, the old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. But Yang Yi was clearly on guard against this, and his sword was already stabbing forward. However, his sword was caught by 2 fingers. 2 old fingers. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi's sword was extraordinarily sharp, so no one had expected it to be caught between someone's fingers. The old man said, Your sword isn't bad, your sword Dao is even better. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his fingers slightly, and Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack. The old man's strength far surpassed his own, so it was pointless to attack the old man again. The old man sized up Yang Yi's group, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. You stay, the others leave! Qin Chuan and the others immediately walked over to Yang Yi. Their intentions were obvious. The old man spoke indifferently. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to later. Aman was about to speak when Yang Yi shook his head. Take them and leave. Aman shook her head. Yang Yi gazed at her and sent her a voice transmission. I have a better chance at escaping if I'm alone. He glanced at Qin Chuan and the others and continued. This old man's strength is far above my own. If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Perhaps he thinks highly of my natural talent, and wants me to become his disciple. Qin Chuan and the others exchanged glances. In the end, Aman said, Well, be waiting outside. She immediately led the others out of this crimson expanse of land. But they didn't go too far. Once they left, Yang Yi gazed at the old man. Senior, go ahead and tell me what you want. The old man replied. Someone wants to meet you. Someone. Once the old man finished speaking, he turned around and walked off ahead. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and followed the old man. As they continued forward, Yang Yi noticed bones on the ground, a huge number of bones. Dead people. Yang Yi's face fell. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to be led to a cave. The cave was extremely dark, and they walked around 15 minutes more before the old man stopped. He bowed, and then vanished from the cave. Suddenly Yang Yi's sword escaped his grasp and flew off into the distance. Yang Yi looked up. He saw a crystal casket floating there, and the sword was floating before the casket. The sword seemed to be trembling and responding to something. A long time passed before a voice came from there. The Sword Supreme is actually in your possession. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, you recognize it? The voice replied. There were 9 people who forged this sword. I'm one of them. So why wouldn't I? Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. He didn't know much about the Sword Supreme's origins, and he merely knew that a few supreme experts had joined forces to forge it. Moreover, all those supreme experts could be addressed as progenitors. But he hadn't expected to actually meet one of them in the dead dimension. Meanwhile, the sword flew back to Yan Yi, and the voice from the casket resounded once more. You're surprised, and am even more surprised. When she was forged, she had a benevolent and kind character. Even if her sword spirit was heavily injured by Shirtian, her instinct is still present. So, she shouldn't have chosen you. Yang Yi fell silent. Actually, it hadn't chosen him when he first met it, and it had merely come to him because it wanted to stay within the primordial pagoda. As for what happened later on, in any case, it slowly fell for his tricks and stayed with him. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, Senior, are you going to take it back? Take it back? The voice replied. Why would I do that? Since it chose you, it's yours. Everything in this world has a spirit and destiny. Others should not interfere with it. Yang Yi glanced at the casket and said, Senior, that is true. So, can I leave now? The voice asked. Do you know why there are so many bones outside? Yang Yi shook his head. The voice explained. Greed. Both man and even demon beasts know greed. I left that red vapor outside to tell others that this place doesn't want to be disturbed, and it isn't safe. However, those people and demon beasts still come in here. Besides greed, it's because they think they'll be lucky. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, what are you trying to say? Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. The voice asked. Do you know why we forged this sword? Yan Yi nodded slightly. I heard it was for the fight against the god race. The voice replied. Exactly. Then do you know what possessing this sword represents? Yan Yi chuckled. Senior, I don't, and I don't want to know. I don't like to be forced into something. If it stays with me, I control it, and not the other way around. If its sword spirit awakens, and its mission conflicts with my own intentions, then I'll abandon it, and we can go our separate ways. He had to kill the god race and protect the other races just because he had this sword? No way. Yang Yi would never do that. The voice fell silent for a long time before it said, Staying true to your heart. Not bad. Yang Yi asked. According to my knowledge, this world is about to collapse. Aren't you going to leave? The voice replied. It is about to collapse, but it can't harm me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the voice suddenly said, I need your help with something. Yang Yi was about to speak when the voice continued. There's a race called the Wing Race in the large universe. If I'm not wrong, it has suffered decline by now. I want you to take something to them. Yang Yi asked. Senior, why don't you head back yourself? The voice chuckled. This world is a cruel one. Have you heard about the fight between paths? I think you should have. Because you've been swept into it as well. This battle is one that only ends with the death of the other party. After the war with the god race, my wing race lost, so it should retreat and enter into seclusion. She paused for a moment and continued. Unfortunately, others may not allow us to just leave. Others can only truly rest easy when you're dead, right? If I didn't leave completely, then both me and my race would have been annihilated. The Battle of Paths. Yang Yi heard about it again, but he had no idea what it actually was. Meanwhile, a black spatial ring appeared in front of Yang Yi. Take this to the Wing Race, and they'll understand everything. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to take it. I'll definitely pay them a visit if I'm able to leave this place. I won't make you do it for free. Meanwhile, the voice said, I can't show myself now, and I can't help you either. However, I have a little thing that I can give you. A pair of pitch black wings appeared before Yang Yi. The voice explained. The divine wings. It was made from the bones of a supreme expert from my wing race. As for its speed, you'll find out once you try it. Yang Yi gazed at the wings. They were pitch black, and there were black bones on the back of it. Besides that, its edges were thin like the wings of a cicada and extremely sharp. Yang Yi asked, What rank is it at? The sage rank. The voice continued. Try it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Can I try it outside? Of course. The voice continued. You can leave whenever you want. Yang Yi cupped his fist to the casket and left. Meanwhile, the hunched old man from before appeared below the casket. Master, I don't understand. He's a pretty good host. If you live within him, it'll take 10 years at most before he will become the best body for you to take control of. Suddenly a voice resounded. If you do that, both you and your master will vanish from this world. The old man's expression changed drastically. Who was that? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1997. Take it all. The pitch-black cave was perfectly silent. The hunched old man glanced at the surroundings and was extremely vigilant. Meanwhile, a voice came from the casket. That person is gone, the hunched old man asked. Who was that? The voice from the casket said. That person's main body isn't in this world. Not in this world. The old man's pupils constricted. Who was that? After he left the cave, Yang Yi shot up into the air, and then the divine wings appeared before him. Yang Yi flicked a bead of blood into it. The wings instantly started trembling when the blood touched it, and then the two balls of dark blue flames appeared in the eye sockets of the skull on the back of the wings. Swish! The wings transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. A moment later, a pair of huge wings appeared on Yang Yi's back. The wings were much larger than Yang Yi's entire body. I feel so light. At this moment, Yang Yi felt absolutely light to the point he practically couldn't feel his body. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. 2 breaths of time later, a man in green clothes appeared in the sky near southern Qilin Mountain, and there was a huge pair of black wings on his back. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the mountain down below. His eyes were filled with shock. It was too fast. His current speed was simply unmatched below the Zen realm. Not to mention Dao realm experts, even attained Dao realm experts may die from a single attack of his. The only flaw was that it consumed quite a bit of profound energy. Just using it for that moment had exhausted around a third of his profound energy. However, it made sense because using such a treasure at his level of cultivation definitely had its drawbacks. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked at the mountain below him. At this moment, it had been occupied by the army of demon beasts, and the aura of demon beasts filled it. Yang Yi didn't stay and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi found Aman and the others, and they heaved sighs of relief when they saw him. Qin Chuan asked, What do we do now? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and replied, Wait until the seal vanishes, and then we'll leave. Mad Saver suddenly said, I investigated a little just now. We can continue towards the right. That way is fine. Yang Yi shook his head. There's no need for that. We'll just hide near here. After all, we still have to go back to southern Qilin Mountain's teleportation formation later. Let's just look for a place to hide, recuperate, and return there once the seal has vanished. All of them had no objections. They found a gorge in the mountain range. It was extremely wide, and it was surrounded by mountains. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and immersed his mind into his body. This time, he had to make himself advance to the 5th stage of the enlightened realm. Because once the seal vanished, this world wouldn't have long before it collapsed and vanished. Besides that, it would definitely not be that easy for them to use the teleportation in southern Qilin Mountain. He had to prepare for the worst. This breakthrough was absolutely easy. Because had actually been at the 5th stage of the enlightened realm since his time in the Azure Grounds, but he just hadn't allowed himself to advance and wanted to use it to trick his opponents. Yet now that he had the divine wings, his profound energy wasn't really sufficient, so had chosen to advance to the 5th stage of the enlightened realm. A day later, Yang Yi was at the 5th stage of the enlightened realm, and he was just a step away from the Dao realm. After he advanced, Yang Yi started to merge everything he knew. Sword fusion had attained that level of cultivation, and his strength underwent a qualitative change when he utilized it. However, he hadn't fully merged and comprehended it. His current trump cards were the Burial and Shadow Sword, and then it was Sword Fusion. Sword Fusion wasn't a technique, it was a state or level, and it was much more powerful than anything he had learned up until now. While he used Sword Fusion, his techniques like Burial and Shadow Sword would rise a level higher in strength. His current goal was to perfectly merge all three of them, so his sword Dao was even more simplified. At most times, moves and techniques were useless when one was killing. Just a single move would suffice. Just like that, time trickled by, and the dead dimension was undergoing a tremendous change. More and more demon beasts, humans, and other beings were converging towards southern Qilin Mountain. All of them wanted to escape the dead dimension. 2 weeks passed swiftly. Boom! Suddenly, everyone throughout the dead dimension heard a loud explosion, and then countless volcanoes erupted throughout the dead dimension, while tsunamis drowned the land. Besides that, the ground in certain parts had started to crack open while lava seeped out from deep below the ground. Furthermore, some towering mountain ranges had started to collapse. The dead dimension was doomed. Under such circumstances, the entire dead dimension fell into chaos. In the gorge, Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes because the mountains around them had started to crack apart, while the ground was trembling. Aman and the others huddled around Yan Yi, and Aman spoke solemnly while she watched the scene in the surroundings. Based on the current speed it's collapsing at, it'll take 3 days at most for the dead dimension to cease to exist. We must leave via the teleportation formation before then. 3 days. Yang Yi stood up. Come, let's head back to southern Qilin Mountain. Qin Chuan asked. Are we going to kill our way back there? Yang Yi shook his head. We're going to reason with them. Qin Chuan asked. Do you think that they'll listen to you? Yang Yi walked over to Qin Chuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Let me teach you a trick to use when someone refuses to listen to you. You put a sword against that person's throat. Trust me, at that time, that person will sit down calmly and reason with you. Qin Chuan was stunned speechless. It didn't take long for them to get back to southern Qilin Mountain. However, they didn't ascend the mountain immediately. They weren't crazy. The puny forces they had were nothing before the army of demon beasts. Yang Yi made them hide outside the mountain while he snuck all the way to the top of it. In the hall. At this moment, there were around 10 figures in the hall. Of course, they were clearly demon beasts. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. They were led by a white-robed old man, and he held 2 jade-green iron balls. The old man glanced at the others here, and his gaze stopped on a robust middle-aged man. Blood Demon King, the teleportation formation can still be used, but it requires a huge amount of spirit energy. However, the spirit energy in southern Qilin Mountain has been completely taken away by those outsiders. Now we have no choice but to use a huge number of immortal crystals and inner cores to activate the teleportation formation. Blood Demon King spoke indifferently. Brother Guku, inner cores aren't a big problem. What I care about is how many can the teleportation formation transport away. Guku fell silent for a short while and said, It's impossible for you to teleport all the demon beasts out of this place. The teleportation formation can do it, but we don't have enough spirit energy. He stood up and looked up at the sky outside the hall. If those people outside undo the seal around this world, we wouldn't need spirit energy, and could just leave through outer space. However, they probably wish for nothing more than to see us die with this world. The Blood Demon King stood up. Brother Guku, activate the formation now. Let's send out our people in batches. Guku asked. You're not leaving first? The Blood Demon King gazed out the hall. A dense ocean of demon beasts resided at the foot of the mountain. He gazed at them for a long time, and then he spoke softly. Let them go first. It'll be the last. Guku glanced at him, and there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. Yang Yi was about to leave when the Blood Demon King suddenly said, Show yourself. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. His presence had been discovered. How did he notice me? Yang Yi stopped hiding and revealed himself. All of the others here gazed at Yang Yi but didn't attack. An outsider. The Blood Demon King sized up Yang Yi and said, I know you. You escaped from one of my subordinates. It seems a mysterious demon beast helped you then. Yang Yi glanced at the Blood Demon King and said, The reason I'm here is very simple. I want to leave with some friends of mine. I hope you'll let me do that. I'm afraid we can't. Guku spoke indifferently. We can't even send away our own people. As for others, just forget it. The Blood Demon King suddenly said, Where's that demon beast? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. He really didn't know Jir and the others' whereabouts. However, he felt that they should have left the dead dimension by now. The Blood Demon King fell silent. Yang Yi said, The teleportation formation requires immortal crystals, and I can provide some. Just take it as the fee I pay for the teleportation, alright? Guku asked. How many can you provide? Yang Yi counted for a moment and replied, A few hundred. A few hundred immortal crystals was a huge amount of wealth in this place. The hall fell silent. A long time passed before Guku suddenly chuckled. We needed immortal crystals, and someone has come to give them to us. Looks like even the heavens are blessing us. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and clawed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was clearly prepared for him, and he immediately swung his sword. A ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the entire hall shook violently. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished from the hall. Head fled. Guku's expression was extremely unsightly. At the foot of southern Qilin Mountain, Yang Yi looked up at the mountain, and then he patted his chest. A small white head emerged from there. Yang Yi pointed at southern Qilin Mountain. There's spirit energy here. Take it. Take it all. As he spoke, his gaze turned icy cold. You refuse to let me leave? Then we can all stay here. Snowy. Take it. Suck it all away until they question their life choices. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1998. No Leaving. Spirit Energy. Snowy's eyes lit up because she loved doing things like that. In the past, Yang Yi didn't dare to let her just take the spirit energy anywhere, because it would definitely cause a huge amount of trouble for him. Yet now, he couldn't care about it. Since they refused to let him go, he felt that no one should leave. After she received Yang Yi's permission, Snowy slowly floated up into the air, and then she sniffed lightly. She sensed a little bit of spirit energy, but it wasn't much. So, she turned to look at Yang Yi, and there was aversion in her eyes. It was too little. She didn't want to take it at all. Yang Yi's face darkened. I'll let you have more in the future. Just take what's here for now, alright? In the end, Yang Yi succeeded at persuading Snowy to do it. Snowy opened her mouth and sucked in a light breath. In an instant, all the remaining spirit energy throughout the mountain surged towards Snowy. The remnants of the spirit vein in southern Qilin Mountain didn't have much spirit energy within them to begin with, so they were completely depleted by this. Moreover, the spirit energy throughout southern Qilin Mountain vanished without a trace. Not even a thread of spirit energy was left behind. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the mountain. Countless experts shot up into the air to find the culprit. But at this moment, Yang Yi had already left with Snowy. In the sky above the mountain, Guku's expression was extremely unsightly, and so was the expression on the Blood Demon King's face. While the remaining spirit energy within the spirit veins wasn't much, it was still some spirit energy. However, even that was gone now. So, it was a huge blow to them. Not even a bit of spirit energy was left. The teleportation formation couldn't be used at all now, unless they used a huge number of immortal crystals and inner cores to activate it. The Blood Demon King suddenly said. Was it him? Goku spoke in a low voice. It's definitely him. The Blood Demon King spoke solemnly. How did he do it? Goku shook his head. The Blood Demon King waved his right hand, and a spatial ring appeared before Goku. There are inner cores in there. Activate the formation and send some of our subordinates out of here. Goku nodded. All right. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yan Yi sat cross-legged in a cave, and he immersed his mind into his body. At this moment, Snowy was seated on the ground in the primordial pagoda, and a large number of immortal crystals were around here. There were at least a few hundred around her. They were the product of the spirit energy from before. Snowy blinked and cracked a smile when she saw Yan Yi. Yan Yi walked over to Snowy, took Snowy in his arms, and smiled. How do you feel? Yan Yi waved her claws swiftly to convey that she felt very comfortable. Taking spirit energy into her body was extremely beneficial to her growth. Yan Yi smiled, put away the immortal crystals, and said, Come, let's continue. Just like that, the two of them left the primordial pagoda and snuck to the foot of southern Qilin Mountain. There was a huge square at the mountainside, and there were 3 teleportation formations there. Every one of them could fit around 100 people at a time. At this moment, they'd been activated, and they were emanating faint blue light. There were both humans and demon beasts on the formations. Begin! Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the teleportation formations shook violently while rays of blue light enveloped the people and demon beasts within the formations. A short while later, their bodies started to gradually turn ethereal. However, something unexpected suddenly occurred. Bang! The blue light around the teleportation formations shattered, and both the humans and demon beasts in the formations were blasted away by a wave of energy. Everyone here was stunned by this. What's going on? Meanwhile, Goku appeared here. He glanced at the surroundings, and his face became extremely gloomy. The spirit energy was gone. The spirit energy created by the immortal crystals and inner cores were all gone. Not even a drop was left. Damn it! Goku roared with fury and vanished on the spot. At the foot of southern Qilin Mountain, Yan Yi was fleeing swiftly with Snowy in his arms. Run as soon as they were done! It didn't take long for Yan Yi to bring Snowy somewhere safe, and then he went into the primordial pagoda with her. She started spitting out immortal crystals, one by one. Yan Yi's eyes glowed as he watched this. If he was in the outside world, these immortal crystals would be nothing to him, but they were priceless in this place. Especially at a time like this. While Yan Yi was happy, others were sad. In the hall on southern Qilin Mountain, Goku's expression was extremely gloomy. Their supply of both immortal crystals and inner cores wasn't endless. Especially immortal crystals, they could be said to have an absolutely limited supply of it. Moreover, the immortal crystals and inner cores required to activate the formation was split evenly between him and the Blood Demon King. The more they could provide, the more they could send out of this place. Yet now, the spirit energy here hadn't just vanished completely. Even the inner cores and immortal crystals they'd prepared for that round of teleportation were gone. If this happened a few more times, they wouldn't get to leave at all. Let's talk with him. Suddenly, the Blood Demon King said, He has a pair of sage rank wings, and coupled with his own speed, even we can't catch up to him. Most importantly, we don't have time to waste on him. We only have 2.5 days left. We're going to make a compromise? Goku spoke in a low voice, and his voice carried a trace of unwillingness. The Blood Demon King stood up. Brother Gu, we're just letting a few more people leave. If you continue this fight with him, then not to mention those humans who are with you, even the demon beasts with me won't be able to leave. This isn't something they want, and it's not something I want. Understand? His voice was quite cold when he spoke up to this point. Goku fell silent for a long while before he said, Fine, well, talk with him. Goku vanished on the spot. The Blood Demon King closed his eyes slowly. I hope you don't play any tricks. My patience is limited. Outside southern Qilin Mountain, Gu-Ku floated in midair, and the Blood Demon King was by his side. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. The Blood Demon King glanced at the surroundings and said, Show yourself. I know you're here. He received no answer. Yan Yi laughed coldly to himself. Show myself? I may not have a chance to escape if they join forces against me. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King added, I guarantee in the name of the demon race that we won't attack you. He still received no answer. The Blood Demon King said, Do you really plan to waste time with us like this? If this continues, none of us will be able to leave. So, show yourself. Let's just talk about it. We're absolutely sincere about this. A long time passed before a figure appeared not too far away from them. It was Yang Ye's figure, of course. Just as the Blood Demon King had said, Yang Ye's objective was very simple, and it was to send Aman and the others out of the dead dimension and not to take these fellows down with him. Gu-Ku's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi. The Blood Demon King sized up Yang Yi and asked, How many people do you have? Yang Yi replied, Around 30. 10 immortal crystals each. The Blood Demon King continued, If you're willing to pay that price, we'll be willing to let you and your people leave. 300 immortal crystals. Needless to say, it was quite a big request. Because 300 immortal crystals was a huge amount of wealth in the dead dimension. However, Yang Yi didn't refuse, and he just nodded. All right, deal. Immortal crystals were very precious here, but once they left this place, immortal crystals wouldn't be so precious anymore. But if they couldn't leave this place, they would die, and these immortal crystals would just be rocks. So, he wasn't reluctant to part with them at all. Yang Yi didn't waste time and immediately flicked a spatial ring to the Blood Demon King. The latter glanced at it, and there were exactly 300 immortal crystals in them. The Blood Demon King glanced at Yang Yi and said, Lead your people to the teleportation formation. Yang Yi turned around and left, and it didn't take long for him to return with Aman and the others. At the teleportation formation, the Blood Demon King said, All of you go first. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Aman and the others. All of you go first. Aman asked, What about you? Yang Yi smiled. I'll leave later. I'll stay behind. Aman continued, You leave with the others. Yang Yi shook his head and sent her a voice transmission. They fear me. They'll be afraid while I'm here, and they wouldn't dare to play any tricks. It's pointless for you to say, so take the others and go. Aman wanted to say more, but Yang Yi added, Big sis, that's enough. Just take them and go. Aman gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she nodded. We'll be waiting for you. She turned around and entered the teleportation formation. Qin Chuan and the others went over to Yang Yi, patted Yang Yi on the shoulder, and said, We'll be waiting for you. We'll kill our way back here if we don't see you soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan and the others entered the teleportation formation before Yang Yi could say anything. Yang Yi gazed at the Blood Demon King, and the latter gazed at Gu-Ku. Gu-Ku nodded slightly, waved his right hand, and then the teleportation formation started trembling. A short while later, rays of blue light enveloped Aman and the others, and then they vanished on the spot. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. Suddenly, Aman and the others appeared in the teleportation formation again, and all of them were heavily injured. Everyone here was stunned. Yang Yi swiftly gazed at Gu-Ku, and the Blood Demon King glared angrily at Gu-Ku as well. However, Aman suddenly said, It's not his fault. The people outside refused to let us leave. The people outside. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1999, Through Thick and Thin. The people outside? Everyone here was quite stunned. But it didn't take long for them to think of something, and their faces fell. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon King said, Be a little more specific. Amon led the others out of the teleportation formation and said, "When we were about to get to the space outside, we were besieged by a group of people. Luckily, we immediately turned around and came back here. Otherwise, all of us would have died in the spatial pathway." The Blood Demon King's face instantly became gloomy when he heard her. He wasn't the only one, everyone else here had quite a gloomy expression on their faces. The people outside clearly knew what was happening here, and their intentions were obvious as well. They didn't want to let the people in the dead dimension escape to the outside world. They wanted all the living beings here to perish with the dead dimension. Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, "Why are they doing this?" Amon shook her head slightly, and then she gazed at the Blood Demon King, and everyone else looked at him too. Obviously, the Blood Demon King should know the answer. The Blood Demon King closed his eyes slowly. "Fear. Those races of the large universe fear the humans and demon beasts from the dead dimension. If we enter their world, it'll definitely impact the situation in the large universe. Moreover, practically all the humans and demon beasts that grew up in the dead dimension are stronger than those cultivators in the outside world. So, how could they not fear us?" Goku spoke in a low voice. "They refuse to give us any chance to survive." The Blood Demon King chuckled. "The overall situation in the large universe is fixed. If we leave, it'll definitely impact them, and it's something they aren't willing to see. So, the best way is to stop us from ever leaving." All of them fell silent. Suddenly, the Blood Demon King chuckled, and then he gazed at Goku. "Go notify all the other humans who are still in hiding. Not just them, notify all the other living beings in the dead dimension. Tell them to come to Southern Chilan Mountain if they want to leave this place." Goku said, "Are you planning on?" The Blood Demon King nodded slightly. "Everyone will die if we don't work together." In a room. Only Yang Yi and the others were here. Yang Yi glanced at Amon and the others. "All of you can't leave as well?" He hadn't forgotten that all of them had the backing of a clan or organization. Amon was about to speak when she suddenly frowned, and then she gradually closed her eyes. Amon wasn't the only one, many others acted strangely just like her. Some time passed before Amon opened her eyes and she said, "I received a message from my clan." Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" She replied, "They asked me to go outside again. My clansmen will be there to get me." Yu Jing said, "I got a similar message." Ling's voice resounded, "Me too." It didn't take long for many to express that they had someone to get them on the outside, and only 9 of them hadn't received such messages. Actually, there were 10 if Yang Yi was included. Yang Yi nodded slightly. "That's good. Come, let's go to the teleportation formation and send all of you outside." Yu Jing said, "Well, go together." Someone asked, "Can we?" The corners of Yu Jing's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. Because the message he received said that only he could leave. It was a pass to leave that his clan had gotten for him, and it was only valid for a single person. "Let me talk to them." Yu Jing closed his eyes, and it didn't take long for the space before him to tremble slightly. Some time passed before Yu Jing opened his eyes again. He didn't say anything, but his face was quite gloomy. Everyone knew what the answer was. The room fell silent. Some time passed before Yang Yi stood up. "Come, they'll send all of you off." Yang Yi walked out of the room. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the teleportation formation. The atmosphere here was quite heavy. Yang Yi smiled. "Don't act like this. All of you are just heading out first. It won't take long for us to meet again." He gazed at Amon and continued, "Big sis, take them with you." Amon fell silent for a long time, and then she gazed at Mad Saber. "Mad Saber, you take them with you." Mad Saber was puzzled. "What?" She looked up at the sky. The sky was gray and dark, and she grinned. "I want to stay here for a while longer." Yang Yi wanted to say something, but she waved her hand. "I've made my decision, so there's no need to say anything." Yang Yi glanced at her, shook his head, and didn't say anything. Because he knew that it was pointless. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, gazed at Mad Saber, and was about to speak when Mad Saber spoke first. "Am not leaving too." All of them gazed at Mad Saber, and the latter chuckled. "I want to stay here a while longer too." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Meanwhile, Yu Jing suddenly smiled. "After staying in this damnable place for so many years, I'm really quite reluctant to leave. So, I've decided to stay a while longer." Someone else declared, "I'm not leaving too." It didn't take long for them to declare that they refused to leave. Regardless of whether it was Aman, Yu Jing, and the others, all of them were very well aware that if Yan Yi and the others wanted to leave too, they may have to kill their way out. However, their chances were clearly very slim when there were those experts out there, so they didn't want Yan Yi and the mothers to fight alone. Yan Yi glanced at them and shook his head. "This isn't necessary," Aman said. "We've made our decision." Yan Yi was about to speak when a voice came from the side. "I want to leave." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was a man who said that. His name was Yu Qing. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yu Qing gazed at Yan Yi. "I want to leave." Yan Yi nodded slightly. He was about to speak when Yu Qing spoke before him. "I know that leaving at a time like this isn't something a loyal brother should do." He closed his eyes at this point and spoke in a trembling voice. "Brother, I really want to leave." Yan Yi walked over to him and smiled. "We don't blame you." Yu Qing opened his eyes, and tears flickered within them. "I'm from a declining clan in the human race. She and I were childhood sweethearts, and we promised ourselves to each other. However, my clan suffered decline, and so her clan refused to let us be together. Her clan said that they would agree with the condition that I'm able to attain the Tao realm within 3 years. So, I came to the dead dimension, and am at the Tao realm now." His hands were trembling at this point. "Tomorrow is the last day. If I don't leave now, she'll think that I gave up on her. She once told me that if I'm not there, at the place we agreed to meet, at sunset, she'll dig out her eyes and heart to punish herself for trusting the wrong person." When he spoke up to this point, tears were seeping out of his eyes. "There are many things you can't control when you're born in a clan. If I can't prove my potential to her clan, then she'll be sacrificed by her clan by forming a union with a different clan, just to benefit her own clan." Suddenly, Aman spoke in an indisputable tone. "Go back! Right now!" Yan Yi nodded as well. "Don't disappoint her. Go home. As for us, do you think we would blame you?" Yu Qing was clearly in pain. "I don't want to leave all of you and leave by myself. I would never forgive myself if anything happens to all of you." "What the hell are you talking about?" Yu Jing was displeased. "Do you know how to speak? What do you mean if something happens to us? What can possibly happen to us? Just stop being so hesitant and go to your girl. Don't disappoint her feelings for you." All of the others nodded. Yan Yi said, "Loyalty between brothers depends on the situation. It's pointless to do that now. Moreover, if your relationship with her is spoiled because of us, then we'll really feel guilty forever." Aman spoke as well. "Stop hesitating and fuck off. If we do die, we'll leave our burials to you." The faces of the others darkened because even Aman didn't know how to speak. Yu Qing intended to say more, but Yan Yi grabbed him and tossed him into the teleportation formation. A moment later, a ray of blue light enveloped Yu Qing, and then he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yan Yi gazed at Aman and the others. "Big Sis, Mad Saber, and the rest of you. Are you really not going?" Aman shook her head slightly. Yan Yi spoke in a low voice. "This really isn't necessary." Aman suddenly said. "When did you become so indecisive?" Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Aman said, "We said we aren't leaving, so we aren't. If we're leaving together. Or do you think we're too weak to stay?" Yan Yi laughed bitterly. "What are you talking about?" Aman walked over to Yan Yi. "We don't want to leave the few of you to fight alone. We go through thick and thin together. If we're leaving together, or we all stay." Qin Chuan chuckled. "Big Sis is right. We met in this damnable place and got along with each other, So that means there's fate between us. Yet now, you're asking brothers who've gone through life and death together to leave first? We would truly be eternally regretful if we did that. Yu Jing chimed in as well. So, Brother Yan, don't try to persuade us. You should think about how to get all of us out of here instead. Yan Yi glanced at them and fell silent for a long time before he chuckled. All right, I refuse to believe that the dead dimension can stop us brothers. Well, kill our way out together. Kill their way out together. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.